great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications. From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning. It's a beautiful Thursday morning and you're tuned into the Business Morning Live Show on BusinessDay Television. Of course, we've got a packed morning ahead. We're going to be starting off with the morning news. We then move to the newspaper review. We bring you conversations on the show and wrap up with the social listening segment. We'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, we'll bring you the morning news. Just stay with us. Now, welcome back to the BusinessDay Business Live News. I am Deborah Eze. Let's see what's making the headlines. Nigeria's petrol imports triple as Dangote refinery prioritizes export. Federal government to issue 729 billion naira power bond to clear electricity sector debt. Cholera claims 198 lives as Borno records 35,000 cases. And Trump warns U.S. will retaliate for any Iranian attack on Gulf shipping. Let's begin the news. Nigeria petrol imports have more than tripled as the Dangote refinery increasingly prioritizes export to international market, raising fresh concerns about the country's continued dependence on imported fuel despite expanding local refining capacity. Industry data indicates that fuel marketers have ramped up imports to meet the domestic demand as a larger share of the refinery's output is directed to foreign buyers. The development has reignited debate over fuel supply security and the effectiveness of Nigeria's drive towards self-sufficiency in petroleum product. Analysts say while exporting refined product boosts foreign exchange earnings, sustained domestic fuel availability will require a balance between export commitment and local supply. They warned that rising imports could increase pressure on the naira, expose the market to global price swings, and complicate efforts to reduce Nigeria's reliance on imported petrol. And moving on, the federal government is set to issue a 729 billion naira power bond under its power sector debt settlement scheme as part of efforts to address long-standing debts owed to electricity generation companies and stabilize Nigeria's power industry. The bond is expected to help settle outstanding payment obligations that have weighed on the financial health of operators across electricity value chain, improving liquidity and supporting more reliable power generation and supply. Industry analysts say clearing legacy debts could restore investor confidence, encourage fresh investment in the sector, and improve operational efficiency. However, they note that broader structural reforms, including cost-reflective tariffs, improved revenue collection, and stronger infrastructure, will be essential to achieving long-term stability in Nigeria's electricity market. And in other news, a cholera outbreak in Borno State has claimed 198 lives, with more than 35,000 suspected and confirmed cases recorded, according to state health officials, raising fresh concerns over the spread of waterborne diseases. Health authorities say the outbreak has placed significant pressure on healthcare facilities, with emergency response team intensifying surveillance, treatment, and public health interventions to contain further transmission. Officials have urged residents to maintain proper hygiene, ensure access to safe drinking water, and seek immediate medical attention if symptoms such as severe diarrhea and vomiting occur. The outbreak has also prompted renewed call for improved water, sanitation, and healthcare infrastructure, particularly in vulnerable communities affected by displacement and poor sanitation. And to end the news, US President Donald Trump has warned that the United States will destroy an Iranian bridge or power plant for every attack on commercial vessels in the Gulf, sharply escalating tensions with Tehran amid growing concerns over maritime security. The warning comes as fears mount over the safety of shipping in the Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz, a strategic waterway through which a significant share of the world's oil export passes. Washington has accused Iran of threatening freedom of navigation, while Tehran has repeatedly warned against foreign military intervention in the region. Analysts say the latest rhetoric increases the risk of further military escalation and could heighten volatility in global oil market. Any attack on shipping or critical infrastructure could disrupt energy supplies, drive crude oil prices higher, and deepen geopolitical uncertainty across the Middle East. And that does it this morning on the news. Up next is the newspaper review. Just stay with us.
Pleasure of welcoming great supporters and friends from INMA. He's the president, and then of course L. Wilkinson, and then Doreen is heading the work in Africa.
Honored that you're hosting us today. We look forward to a positive exchange of ideas and strategies to make our industry better. With me is Al Wilkinson. He's President and Executive Director of International Media Association. All welcome, guys. And we're happy to have him here. I'll let him tell you guys more about him and why he's here.
idea about Business Day, no platform can take it, no AI can replicate it, no competitor can buy it. So here's a little advice: defend it, build it, invest in it, because folks, the decade ahead is going to belong to news organizations that are unmistakably themselves. They're not boring, they're not neutral. Who are you? Answer that question, you'll figure out the next one. Thanks a lot.
Pleasure of welcoming great supporters and friends from INMA. He's the president, and then of course L. Wilkinson, and then Dorin is heading the work.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
For 25 years, Business Day has delivered credible journalism, intelligent analysis, and decision-shaping insights to Nigeria and Africa's business community. Introducing Africa's first AI-integrated website, enhanced with powerful new capabilities. At the heart of the new platform is the AI-enabled chatbot, built to help you navigate stories faster, ask questions, get summaries, and access deeper context instantly. Text-to-speech functionality, allowing you to listen to articles on the go.
The Murtala Muhammad International Airport, Lagos, has recorded an 11.8% growth in air traffic.
Whether you're commuting, driving, or multitasking, Business Day now moves with you. And with our new language translation feature, our journalism becomes even more accessible. You can select your preferred language, thereby expanding reach across diverse audiences in Nigeria, Africa, and beyond. This innovation reinforces our commitment to being not just a news platform, but also a smart, accessible, and future-ready business intelligence hub. As we celebrate 25 years of impact, we step confidently into the future, powered by technology, driven by credibility, and focused on you. Visit the new Business Day website today and experience the future of news.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Mosef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Mosef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
For 25 years, Business Day has delivered credible journalism, intelligent analysis, and decision-shaping insights to Nigeria and Africa's business community. Introducing Africa's first AI-integrated website, enhanced with powerful new capabilities. At the heart of the new platform is the AI-enabled chatbot, built to help you navigate stories faster, ask questions, get summaries, and access deeper context instantly. Text-to-speech functionality, allowing you to listen to articles on the go.
The Murtala Muhammad International Airport, Lagos, has recorded an 11.8% growth in air traffic.
Whether you're commuting, driving, or multitasking, Business Day now moves with you. And with our new language translation feature, our journalism becomes even more accessible. You can select your preferred language, thereby expanding reach across diverse audiences in Nigeria, Africa, and beyond. This innovation reinforces our commitment to being not just a news platform, but also a smart, accessible, and future-ready business intelligence hub. As we celebrate 25 years of impact, we step confidently into the future, powered by technology, driven by credibility, and focused on you. Visit the new Business Day website today and experience the future of news.
Welcome back. This is the newspaper review segment where we explore the major stories making the headlines across the nation's newspaper. I am Deborah Eze, and joining me to analyze the headlines this morning is
Mohammed Akonji.
Good morning, Mohammed.
The delectable Deb.
Of course. I know you always enjoy doing this with me.
Of course. I mean, it's perfect and amazing. I didn't see you yesterday. I was taunting Elizabeth too anyway.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's always good being being here with you guys. Anyway. Thank you very much for having me.
You're welcome.
How's the week been? Okay, we're almost there. I was going to the weekend again, right?
Oh my God, I cannot wait.
You can't wait for the weekend.
I was telling the producer behind the scene that, man, this month of July has to be the longest.
Are you kidding me?
The longest. Like,
I felt like it was bolting. Oh my God.
No, it's not.
Different perspective.
No, it's not. It's the slowest, the longest.
Whoa.
Never.
You're the only one that shared that sentiment. Have you had people as well?
Everyone agrees with me. You're the only one who does not agree.
Well, I felt like, I think it was not this morning, and I woke up and I was told we're the 20th of the month already. I was like, when did we start?
No.
This month.
We started July since like 2 months ago.
I can really see that.
Let's take a look at what the front pages of BusinessDay, The Guardian, Punch, Vanguard are reporting this morning before we round off with the cartoon of the day. Now, kicking off with the BusinessDay newspapers, the front story on the front page of the newspaper reads, Federal government signals broader cost reflective tariffs to lure power investors. Federal government signals broader cost relief tariffs to lure power investors. And we have, it's a question of timing, and that's coming from the presidency, and debt settlements barely deals or nearly barely dent 7.6 trillion naira liability, and that's from the Gencos. You can get a hold of that story on page 30 of the BusinessDay newspaper. And also we have Money names Zenith Africa's best bank, Nigeria's top lender, and that is on page 30 of the BusinessDay newspaper. And of course, at the top of the BusinessDay newspaper, we have Nigeria relies on imports as Malaysia builds billion-dollar palm industry. You can get a hold of that story on page 31 of the BusinessDay newspaper. And also Dangote resumes Naira sales of petrol, fixes gantry price at 1,215 Naira per litre. You can get that story on page 31 also of the BusinessDay newspaper. And of course, for the picture of the day, we have the publisher-in-chief of BusinessDay Nigeria. Amazing. Let's start with the tariffs on power.
Yes.
Can't believe that we're back to power again.
It's a never-ending issue.
Of course.
I'm sure you know that.
Of course.
And it's two things that I know Nigerians can be contentious, and Nigerians only jump on is petrol prices and
we speak about the
power.
petrol prices.
Of course, I know those two, and perhaps and peradventure they're actually both on the headlines today.
Yeah.
So the first there is the fact that remember in 2024 we started the banding system, band A, band B, band C, and we see that much attention because of the premium they are paying was kind of being given to the band A people.
Yeah.
So before then, there's what they call cost reflective tariff, where government remove subsidies. There are no subsidies being paid any longer. People, willing buyer, willing seller model, where you pay for what you use. You know, that's actually the way it operates in the power sector as well, just like in the other sector. But because power is very, very central, the government at regular interval always like to be able to come in to ensure that how can we be able to relieve the burden on Nigerians. And several policy measures have actually been implemented at the time, what they call MITO, multi-year tariff order, which is about cost reflectiveness as well. Then during the time of Mr. Adelabo, the former Minister of Power, they introduced the banding system. So we ensure that band A people, there's no subsidy on them, right? So if you wanted to enjoy minimum of 20 hours of electricity in a day, you should be willing to be able to pay the actual costs. And then, but unfortunately, we all know where the problem has been. They have the band B, band C, band D, where the government are now given some, some changes of subsidies, electricity subsidies, to actually ensure that it's actually available to them. But we've seen the consequence of that anyway. The letter has not been available. It has become like what you call this apartheid regime. So we describe it as that. It's more of discrimination. How you be having that? Some people have power, some don't have, and then we're all Nigerians. And how you create that kind of model. I'm sure the man has a good intention. That was intention then to ensure that we can't continue the subsidy any longer. Otherwise, it's going to collapse. So if you think you have the ability to pay, we'll give you power more. And if you not be able to do that, government will subsidize part, but you don't be able to expect to enjoy the amount of power. But now, with settlement of the Gencos that is going on, I think you mentioned about the debt. Don't forget about 6 trillion.
7.6 trillion.
So federal government just be able to raise a bond, and we heard that the bond is coming out on Monday that can be used to be able to offset and liquidate all these particular debts, the 7.6 trillion liability that the government is owing Gencos. These are generating companies. So we feel like if this is cleared with what the government is actually trying to do to be able to raise the bond, don't forget that raising the bond is just like a money raising instrument. Government wants to raise the money, settle these people, and then we need to be able to go back. Maybe we are going to scrap the banding. We heard that now that Lagos State will scrap their own by October. Other states are gradually coming up, because don't forget that the electricity market has been deregulated. States are now allowed to be able to control their own power, generate, and also distribute. So we've seen states, we've seen Abia State, a very case in point, the geothermal power plant, exactly. We've seen Ekiti as well coming on board. Lagos State will start their own with the franchise zone in October, whereby at least we start and ensure that before, because water is very much around us here. I'm sure you are a witness to that. We're very close to water here. We can see as much as possible we can get. As well as gas. These are major sources of actually generating power. So we see that states are now, it's been deregulated. Also, this national grid thing, everybody is focusing on grid that is collapsing every now and then. So we're looking at degrading, but at the same time, the government too still have a role to play. I'm talking about the federal government, still have a role to play in ensuring that it's actually available. So I'm sure that if our people, our audience, be able to read more of the story, we know that it's a matter of timing. The government is definitely coming on board with a new cost-reflective tariff. But the question, I know that's only where Deb is always having a challenge with me, is the fact that are Nigerians willing and ready to pay the cost-reflective?
I was going to ask
I think that's the question. Will they be able to pay? Because everything just come again. Government has started. Going to kill us. This is a government of taxes.
Because even the band B that we're talking about, it's not even as cheap.
I'm not, of course. But if you compare it to buying petrol, I know because you say I'm not saying
to compare.
No, I'm not saying. What I'm saying is we are talking about.
Not even buying petrol in the first
I'm not saying that because so we have alternative power sources, different power sources. We have the grid system, the normal NEPA thing that we all know. Well, if that is not available, there's a fallback option we all have. We have solar, right? It's a power source. I'm not talking about these are sources of generating it. Then we have maybe the generator itself as another source. If you don't have solar, you don't have power, NEPA in your. You can start going to be buying petrol every now and then. I'm just using that. So if you compare the cost of these three things, let's talk about these three that at least are the commonest one in our own local, is you pay these electricity bills, you want to be able to go for solar, alternative power sources, you do that in your own case, which is fine. Or you want to be able to buy petrol. We can be able to rank them in terms of, let's say you want to be able to use them 24 hours, you want to enjoy. Burn fuel from morning till night, assuming. Use NEPA light from morning till night. Use solar. We all know which one's actually the most cost effective.
If I'm actually in band A, it's more expensive.
I know. Actually. Because one thing is, it's more expensive. Okay, how much is it now? Band A now is 216, 209 to 216, it varies per kilowatt per hour. Good. The geothermal power plant in Abia State, the Alex Otsi model they introduced, because this model is like saying you have your power, you can sell to me. It's a B2B now, B2P, business to person, business to people, to business. Allows to buy it from you. Do you know how much they sell geothermal? But sell their own kilowatt per hour. How much? I tell you, it's about more than 300 now. It's about 350 naira, higher than the band A system, because it's government. Whether you like, I'm talking about. Go and check now. 350 to 400 is what they sell. The same thing band A is paying for 209 to 216. They are paying about 350 to about 400 naira per hour. You go and take the power, no doubt. Don't forget, the power is there. About 9 local governments was actually using it within Aba community. And the government was talking about they want to extend it to maybe Umaya and some other places. But the question is, if you move it, one of the advantage of the grid is that it is cheaper. If we move to other altar, if Lagos should start their own franchise zone, it's
more expensive.
It's more expensive. But the only thing is you are guaranteed that there will be power, which is so it's a trade-off, right? Either we want to be able to ensure we have the power and pay for it. Well, that's cost reflective. Let what we are going to use reflect. Government cannot be able to show that everything. I'm sure we should know that. So that's one. I think I talked about the petrol price as well. Can I jump on that?
1,215
So because I know, I think it was myself and you. Was it okay? That the Dangote stopped the sale. There was that agreement of the Naira for crude. Even though in my lifetime, I've been an economist for close to 2 decades, I can tell you, I have never seen a country that is buying and selling crude oil in Naira, in local currency. I'm not talking about as economists. I've never seen. So it's always a petro, if I will call it in economics, it's a petrodollar business. It's a petrodollar, the dollar flows. So, but for this president, I thought it would never be possible to say NRS, NNPC, sell to Dangote in naira was unprecedented. That's never happened. But now we've seen it, and we see the advantage that it has been. Even the fact that when it was suspended, we all know the effect we have. This morning now, I was coming here, I was seeing about 1,300 naira again per liter. You know, don't forget the time, because for it to jump to, because that would increased by 145 naira, 140 naira. It is from 1,075 naira before it jumped again. But because of the new agreement that was reached, in fact, it was late yesterday night that it was agreed. So we expect that that will be able to bring relief and succor to Nigerians. Don't forget. At the same time, the Middle East war is an important external shock that will play a factor. So because I saw a story this morning that they were doing about the top 10 countries with the cheapest petrol in the world. And they were ranking them. You know, Libya is number 1 now. Libya, if you look at it, convert it back to naira, I think they're buying liter of oil for about 38 naira per liter, right? Maybe Algeria. They look at countries that don't have oil as much as us. But what people fail to realize, my lady, is the fact that those countries have subsidies in place. There's government support. We don't have government subsidy any longer. I think it's very important because why will we be selling oil more expensive than a country that's not producing oil like ourselves? But if you check the actual, they were talking about cost reflective tariff, the cost reflection, the actual cost that the government will now be able to do the heavy lifting for people. It's not that Libya is 38 now, I'm telling you. Libya is the 3rd biggest oil producing country in Africa. Nigeria is number 1. Gabon, Angola is number 2. Libya is number 3. Libya today is still subsidizing oil for this, petrol, let me say oil, subsidizing petrol for its people. That's why they can buy for 38 naira. Iran, even though war is going on there, the government is subsidizing it. Algeria is subsidized. Algeria is about 48 naira or 49 naira per liter. And you have countries, you know, as to how much they're actually selling. But the question there is, go and check, my lady. Most of these countries have government support. Now, we here have said there is no subsidy. I think it's a very the truth what I know Nigeria, even the market that is my woman that is selling dairy on the street knows it. It's the fact that subsidy is gone. You understand that she understood that it's that went like that. She knows that that's the first day. What is the president say? Subsidy has gone.
But they don't really understand.
They don't understand the dynamic. They understand that there is what they call subsidy in Nigeria. It is gone, and we are not paying for that. Even though the government can be able to show that under some controversy. So I think that's what is there. Because by now, if not because of the outbreak of the Middle East war, the price could have gone below 1,000. I can tell you. But the restart of the hostilities again, you know, the renewed hostilities between US, Iran.
It's still not even
it's still going on.
It's still going on.
That's what I mean, the renewed hostilities. The peace deal was done. They tore apart the peace deal. What for the past 11 days now, they have been bombing here and there. They are bombing each other. So that has affected.
I think it has always been going on.
It's been a very serious issue. So that's what is actually affecting what we are seeing at the moment. We're very careful about that. So it's about 1,270 naira now. That is the gantry price. Therefore, that is the price you buy from Dangote directly.
Yeah, 215.
215 naira. Thank you. 215 naira is the price the marketers will go and buy, and then for you now display. And that's why they are displaying 1,300 this morning. I know. So that's why I'm guessing to provide those reasons.
That's why you see.
I know. I'm not saying it's a lot. I agree with you. It is, but do you agree? Because I'm sure when we're talking about power here, you agree that they should be cost reflective, right? You believe that people should pay for the value of what they enjoy?
Yeah, they should pay the value of what they enjoy.
Do you agree with that?
But at the end of the day, we understand that petrol now, it's not like power. Let me explain now. Petrol kind of like controls everything. It controls food, it controls transportation, energy, everything.
Exactly.
That's the good news with this now that, you know, has been agreed on. This gantry price has been agreed on now. It simply means every other thing is going to triple. It's bad enough that, you know, with the way it's up and down, it's not really like stable. We're actually feeling it. And now that we have like, you know, a stable price now, okay, this is what it's going to be. So every other thing.
I agree.
It's you said the market woman knows that subsidy is gone. You would not blame them for not wanting to understand. The only thing they understand is as much money that comes to their pockets, as much rice they can buy with 1,000 naira. That's the only thing they care about.
So what I'm not saying here is agreed, and I think I love your analysis. That is good. So the fact that this has happened, the woman understood that. But here, what I'm trying to say is, with this pricing thing that we're talking about at this moment, if people, I'm just going to look at the word to be able to use, sorry, I think people escape me now. But the question I'm asking there is, this price here, I can tell you, will still be able to change.
Okay.
In as much as that war is going on.
We don't know when that war doesn't look like something that's going to end.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
It doesn't look like it's going
to. So the whole
to
thing is just unfortunate because the way it is now is like no one's actually shooting their sword. But at the same time here, what I'm looking at here is the cost of producing these things for the market woman, for the price of, because yes, if petrol, in economics, they will say if petrol price sneezes, every other thing catches cold. Just like you said, it affects food, it affects this. But do you ever bother to ask these people when the price is going down? The price is going up now. Everybody jump on the bandwagon. People adjusted their pump easily. Those days when the price went down, why are people so with that same alacrity, with that same instantaneousity to do the same thing?
When did the price go down?
Okay, because I'm saying the price go down now. At the time, the actual price was 1,075. Okay. So if you remember very well, 3-4 around April, May, when the war was at the height.
Yeah.
The price was started shooting up again, and all of them adjusted.
Sure.
When the 60-day ceasefire between US and Iran was signed, in May. They signed that there will be 60-day ceasefire where they will be able to iron out all the issues related to nukes and the likes before it was torn apart again.
Now, how many days did that ceasefire last?
It was like a month.
No, it wasn't up to a month.
So
it wasn't. It was very shaky. But I'm
not saying it's a fragile period.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is until July 9 or July 8, when Trump went to Turkey, they had a NATO conference in Turkey.
That was
this July.
Yes.
And that was when he made the announcement about the agreement is no longer holding. And the other two went berserk that no, this agreement is not holding. It's until then. But then, at least, in the war, I'm not saying it's not fragile. It's a fragile cease deal. It's a fragile ceasefire peace deal. But the world still felt some relief that at least the Strait of Hormuz cannot be opened. Ship can be able to pass through. But also, people that pass through there, oil ship.
These people that sell to us, that's what they call the marketers that should sell to us. Remember that. See, I believe that there's something called old stock.
You agree with that?
No, I agree with that.
But when the price is going down, when the price is going up,
that's what I'm saying. You don't expect that I buy something for 1,075 naira and then I sell for 1,075 naira to you.
Of course. So I'm not saying I agree. Okay, so you know what I'm saying.
For a piece deal that didn't even last up to that wasn't even up to a month before it fell apart again. You don't expect that I then sell the same
I agree.
For like the same price. So, okay.
That's the when I was coming to the event that we met yesterday. I remember I took you, but I was coming there, and I was trying to look at the price they were giving me from here to that place. That and I was marveled. This is expensive. At least I was able to settle for one. Maybe we agree through one of the e-hailing platforms that I use. So I was not talking to the driver that from here to the place we went to. Why is it this expensive? And I was like, it's cheap. This is cheap to me. Maybe I'll tell you behind the camera the amount of it. I said, do you know how much they're buying petrol? And that's where I'm going. That's what's initiated our discussion. Do you know how much they are buying petrol now? 1,300. Blah blah blah. That was the discussion. The next thing I asked him was, okay, I'm not telling him. Now all of them adjusted 1,300 yesterday. Just little thing, everybody adjusted. Don't forget, this is what they buy for 1,075 naira. They're making more than 200 naira gain. Good. The time when the price was going down, that's my own question. I'm not saying. He said, "Is it for that? I mean, what is good? What is source for goods? Also source for Uganda. When the price was going up, everybody adjusted. They couldn't do. They just adjust their pump. When the price is now coming down, I want to say is so. What they be saying? What they be saying when the price is going down is that I have own stock. Just like you said, I buy for 1,000 naira. The price has now come down to 700 naira. Let me finish. I would have selling for 700 naira. I would have bought for 1. No, that's the argument now. I bought for 1,000. Is there someone? I would have been selling to 700. But if that same price went to 1,500,
everyone will quickly.
They will sell for. Nobody will say I buy for 1,000. Let me finish selling 1,000 naira, and then I'll go and join them. And we use the excuse that because it's that expensive, I go and use more money to buy.
But I still think that away from the marketers, it's not online Nigerians like you and I that actually. Exactly. For us now, we are definitely going to feel the brunt of it. I can only imagine how next week is going to be for me. Yes, I'm thinking about it.
I know. So I understand, and that's exactly what we want. Now at the pump, at the pump price now, ex-depot is 1,215. Right? Most of the time, the one that I've seen is people in MPs that have seen 1,300. So just like you said, this is going to have a ripples on other things. There will be ripples, food, transportation. These are basic things that everybody goes down. So it's going to be able to have that. But we all know the effect is that the Naira deal has been resigned, but I can tell you by next week, this will come down, ex-country price will come down again.
Okay.
It will. But maybe it may not be able to go below the 1,000 Naira mark for now because of the Middle East war.
Still a lot.
Yes, but because one thing is, we needed, in the economy there is internal shocks, there are things you can control. Yeah. So maybe it's what I cannot control. It's not, we are not the one that started the war. We are the fighting with. These are two countries that are fighting, and 20% of the global energy supply pass through that shit. So there is no way it's going to be able to have ripples that will send our costs down the value chain.
All right, let's now move on. We're still on the newspaper review. Let's now check out what the Guardian newspaper is saying this morning. The big story on the Guardian newspaper, I think this is the most specialty apart from the economy.
But I like it anyways.
Yeah, we have the INEC 2027 presidential elections. INEC helpless as early campaigns flout Electoral Act fairness rules, and we can see the picture of the candidates for the 2027 presidential election, and we also have court fines, poverty keeping Nigerian prison congested, says NHRC, and that is on page 5. And also presidency pegs yearly power investment deficits at $11 billion US dollars, and that is on page 15. We also have on the left side of the Guardian newspaper, payroll fraud. Police top list as ICPC uncovers 908 fake workers, and that is on page 5. And also controversy trails 2026 budget amid palace church allocation delays, and that is also on page 6. And we have the Osun State Gubal polls. Party cites fresh concern over electoral integrity violence, and that is on page 7. At the bottom of the Guardian newspaper, we have World Day Against Trafficking. NAPTIP says 300,000 trafficked in 664 billion US dollars scam, and that is on page 5. And we have Zenith wins Africa's Best Bank, retains industry award. I don't know why they are winning that, but okay. And that is on.
You see that, sorry.
And at the top of the newspaper, of course, if you use any back, you understand why.
Okay.
At the top of the Guardian, we have oil nears 100 US dollars per barrel as marketers resume petrol loading, and that is on page 2. And we have Nigeria's solar market at 2.4 billion US dollars as Africa attracts 13.5 billion US dollars renewable energy investment, and that is on page 3. And finally, still Dangote. Dangote returns to Naira sales, raises ex-depot price to 1,215 Naira. And of course, we're going to be talking about the 2027 presidential election.
Just
why is INEC helpless?
The people should know. It's also interested there. It's not only me. Because I'm sure that every Nigerian has become a political animal now. Everybody's interested. What is happening here? Yes, I mean, because, and I think this is also very important. I think I was looking at that as well, where now campaign for 2027 presidential election should start August 19th.
Yeah.
And it's unbelievable that some of them have started campaigning already. I'm sure I was told, I've not been there, but that on Third Mainland Bridge, you see posters around of presidential candidates here and there, vote for Tinubu, Shetima, these. I don't know whether Obi is there, Obi Kwakwanso, Atiku Amechi in Abuja, they say it has been flooding the streets. Yeah. And you have been saying that. And that is actually flaunting, just like you said, it's flaunting the electoral act. Yeah. It's August 19th is supposed to start. Why will politicians be starting that now at this point in time when it has not? And I think they needed to be weighted in. We needed to weigh in on them. When we said ill comes to equity, right? Must come with a clean hand. You need to actually be able to do things by the law. So I think I have to flout them, and I have to be able to reprimand them. Actually, most of the president, because the presidential, as we said, campaign will start August 19. The gubernatorial campaign will start in September. Yeah, September, 1st of September, or just 2 weeks after the August 19 was when that was supposed to start. So it is really, really, unfortunate that most of them are already doing it. Even though stylishly, someone was watching on TV yesterday, and you always say, PBAT door-to-door campaign. It's not the president himself. He's saying it's just the friends of. Yeah. So you'll be saying some things that are maybe not not blue and white, not black and white directly, but people just try to circumvent the law to be saying we are this group of these people that's actually campaigning for this. And I think it is very important INEC needs to be able to weigh in on that, because that's actually a violation of the Electoral Act. The other story there, I think it is very important to get into that, was the payroll crisis again. Just like you said, I think in fact, police, the people that are supposed to actually be upholding the law, are the ones that have the greatest number of ghost workers in Nigeria. I mean, that speaks volume about us there. They said the lawmaker or the law upholder is the lawbreaker. You know, and I'm sure most of the top brass within them would actually be benefiting from. Can you imagine the amount of money that are 8 workers? I'm sure they will cut across different levels. In fact, some of them could actually be top guys. They will be earning millions of naira, right? And that will actually be going into the purse of someone. The next thing there was Osun. I think Osun too has actually been the eye of the storm in the last 2 weeks ahead of their governorship election on the 15th of August. We've heard the two parties, you know, because in Osun now, the two major parties, APC and Accord. Accord is the other, Accord is where the sitting governor belongs to. And they've actually been having, you know, they've been firing at each other. They've actually been, you know, concerns raised here. This party is the one fomenting trouble, is the one raising doors. So they've been raising allegations, counter allegations that have actually been coming. In fact, 2 days ago, I listened to the Director General of Adeleke, which I know, the dancing governor. He's Director General of his own campaign. Was actually on the TV on 2 days ago, and he was trying to be able to convince, you know, audience that most of the violence that you've seen, most of the controversies that you've seen in Osun State have actually been peddled by APC, right? At the same time, APC came with their own yesterday, and they were trying to be also able to read out fast. But it's always normal to happen like that. What we just pray for is let Osun be peaceful. The ambition of any politician is not strong enough to actually be able to, you know, warrant the amount of bloodshed because people have actually died as a result of that. So I think it is very important that, you know, political gladiators sheath their swords and they don't actually be able to put the lives of people at risk. I think the next thing there was about solar. About that time permits. Yes, please. I'm sure. I don't know where you use it. I know, to me, I've seen the solar as, can see what it has hit in the market. Is the way to go right now. And I think, I don't know whether I was telling, or it was the producer, I was telling him, because of my solar now, do you know the last time I recharged my prepaid meter? I'm telling you, was November last year. And guess the amount we recharged last. I don't know what it has caused that. The last time we have recharged, the light has been bad in my area. I want also say that. I think we recharged 10,000 naira then since November last year. I was still using it. The light has been bad. I know we are in band C in my area, unfortunately, but solar has actually been our alternative. I said unfortunately. Maybe because of band C, that's what cost us to. Of course. Why will you be in band C? I don't know. I mean, you don't know. I don't know. I don't know because the next was there. So what about? I thought it's as you go. Let me ask you. Okay. They went to ask you and said, Deb, what do you want to be? But they are the ones doing it by themselves. They was okay, where is this one? People are here. That's why I said I don't know. Because they just put us to band C. And I'm upgraded. Initially it was band D, I can tell you. You just upgraded us to band C. You understand that? I don't know how they did that, you know. Just some of the problem I had with the band is just, you know, indiscriminately allocate people. Just look at you here, you are band here. These people here, give them bands. So another power sector has to do with classes. They've seen the area. Maybe that would be. And so I have not recharged. We've not recharged the prepaid since November. You can imagine that's close to a year now. I still went to check on Monday. You know, I'm sure you know when the thing is about to finish. That red sign, it's still green there. I was like, oh my God, what is still happening here? But what I'm saying here is solar has been an alternative. And solar has actually been my go-to. And I try to be able to manage it well. So, and I'm sure the story you read now about solar investment in Nigeria, I'm sure you know how it has been going. It's been going bonkers. You know, the solar alternative has been good. God has provided that. And this is, the initial installation cost will be expensive, but in the long run, because I started using solar in 2021, I can tell you, the amount I bought there was around 130,000. And now I'll just make some adjustments every now and then, maybe buy battery here, you know, increase the number of the solar PV panel, you know, that's what I've just been doing for the past 2021. And I've seen that it has actually been good. The only disadvantage, which I know is when it rains. When it rains, thank you very much. And then the volume of things they can carry compared to if it is NEPA lights. It depends on the amount of wattage of yours you are using. I was just told about that anyway. But for mine now, we can't pump water with it. I'm just saying, for example, so we have to look for, you know, the usual NEPA themselves, we use generators alternative, but I didn't put that on it. We didn't put my iron as well on it, you know, at the time. So I just unlike if it is a NEPA, is total package. You know, you do whatever you want to do.
It depends on the volume of watts that you're actually using.
I told you about that. I think that's so. It's a good investment, and we are seeing that Nigerians are actually be able to do that.
Yeah, we're actually pressed for time, so let's quickly move. Most of the headlines on the Vanguard and the Punch paper seem similar, so let's quickly move to the cartoon of the day. What do we have on the cartoon of the day? We have a very big pit of debt.
Pit of debt. Okay, I don't like debt to that.
No. We have debt and debt and debt.
I've gotten that.
Yeah. So pit of debt. It's not the same thing. If you don't put something, it's not still there.
Of course.
Yeah. So and now we have a caricature of the Minister of Finance, and he said, "Oga, the people want to know how deep we have dug." I think this has to do with the MPC meeting.
No, I think it's the Minister of Finance. Don't forget, it was the Senate hearing. We just finished.
The Senate hearing, okay.
Senate hearing on
just
Monday.
Just tell them we are just getting
started. I'm sorry.
I was only caricature.
With your pessimism sometimes, and you laugh. I'm sorry.
Opera.
I will see opera. We call it bet diggers. There's a way of just casting stuff.
Yes, I think Asuko has a way of
this opera, right?
Yes, that's opera. Asuko has a very sarcastic response. Yes, his own depiction of the cartoon depiction is always sarcasm. While Asuko he gives you like a pictorial picture of what is happening. Like you can relate to you can relate to the cartoon itself. You feel like you're the one, you know, he's talking to. So
I discussed with Elizabeth yesterday.
Yeah.
I still feel that we don't have a debt problem.
I believe that's the only thing we both agree.
I think we have a debt problem.
Yes.
So because when you hear the minister spoke on Monday, there was a Senate hearing. And in fact, on Wednesday, today's Thursday, right? Yeah. On Tuesday, sorry. It was also in one of the, I think, Nigerian Investment Summit in Abuja, and they spoke. And it was like, so when they came in, don't forget, my lady, when they came in, the total debt bill of Nigeria was, I think just started, it was about $100 billion. So about $80-something billion. Now, our total debt is about $157 billion. And that's like they've added about $80 billion, you know, to the total debt stock. So they were questioning him, how much have you guys added? This is the amount you have added. You have had almost doubled the amount, you know, in less than 3 years. And he was saying, no, this amount here was as a result of two things. One, exchange rate adjustment. We can't rule that out. I know somebody will say that is bonkers. Exchange rate adjustment get a problem. We can't rule out that fact. And then there is also foreign exchange premium. The exchange rate adjustment that happened from where exchange rate was to where it is now has created that. So I think just like you said, I don't know if you're going to agree with me. I thought I want to say that maybe I have.
No. I do agree. I do agree.
It's the debt problem. I think it is more because our debt to GDP, go and check, it's less than 45%.
Than what I
so you
wouldn't blame Nigerians at the end of the day because
right?
It's not everyone that really understand the financial terms to how all of this works. All they understand is how much is coming to my pocket and, you know, how am I surviving this administration?
Of course, at this time.
But this is where we wrap it up on the newspaper review this morning. Up next is the conversations we have lined up for you on the Business Money Live show. To stay with us.
Pleasure of welcoming great supporters and friends from INMA. He's the president, and then of course L. Wilkinson, and then Dorin is heading the work in Africa.
forward to a positive exchange of ideas and strategies to make our industry better. With me is Al Wilkinson. He's President and Executive Director of International News Media Association. All the way from Ghana. And we're happy to have him here. I'll let him tell you guys more about him and why he's here.
I would leave you with the idea about Business Days. No platform can take it. No AI can replicate it. No competitor can buy it. So here's a little advice. Defend it. Build it. Invest in it. Because folks, the decade ahead is going to belong to news organizations that are unmistakably themselves. They're not boring. They're not neutral. Who are you? Answer that question and you'll figure out the next one. Thanks a lot.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Welcome back. This is the Business Morning Live. The this morning means interest rate 6.5 was the central bank left interest rate at 20. Significant inflation from all inflation have started cost high household average Nigerian. To help us unpack the implication, we are joined by Damilola Odesoya, is a macro analyst at Norrenberger Research. Good morning, Damilola. It's good to have you on our Business Morning Live show.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
All right, let's go straight into it. The CBN has now maintained, like I mentioned in my intro, they've maintained that the monetary policy rate is at 26.5%. What message is the MPC sending to the market with this latest decision?
All right, so I think that the message that the MPC is trying to pass is quite clear. The MPC is just trying to say that their decision is always going to be backed by research and current economic dynamic, as against the autopilot. When inflation trends downwards, you typically see policymakers to cut rates, right? But while inflation declined slightly in the month of June, we actually saw that the numbers did not show a broad-based moderation. Right now, taking that into effect, and also the ongoing tension in the Middle East, all of that is the reason why the MPC decided to hold rates at 26.5%. And more importantly, a single month softer print of inflation is not enough for the CBN to cut rates. So I think the message is simple. The message is just saying that we look at the numbers before we make the decision, and our decisions are backed by research, and that the mandate is still clear. The mandate is to stabilize price and also make enough room for economic growth. So I think that's the message that the CBN is trying to pass.
Of course, I also mentioned that inflation appears to be moderating, right? But the CBN is still unwilling to cut rates. I think that was one of the, conversations that actually happened over the week. That was on Monday and Tuesday. So what inflation risk is the committee still worried about?
Right. So the committee itself did mention the risks that is facing inflation currently, and critical to that is the re-escalation of the Middle East tensions. That's one of the primary reasons why the MPC has decided to keep rates steady. That escalation has actually fed into the inflation that we're currently experiencing in the Nigerian economy. And of course, that's on the back of increased global oil prices, which has caused petrol prices, which the common man buys, to increase. And while that is going on, I think taking a deeper look at inflation numbers, I think the specific inflation risk that the MPC is worried about is going to be food inflation. While headline inflation moderated in the month of June, we saw a jump in food inflation. Food inflation printed higher at somewhere around 17.52%, higher than the 16% that we saw in the previous months, and that should put that's a worry for everyone, right? Food inflation alone contributes somewhere around 40% to the CPI basket, and what that tells us is that a change to the food basket alone is enough to trigger changes in the headline number. While we saw a softer print at the headline level, that moderation was majorly driven by a softer print in the core component of the CPI basket. So to be clear, the major inflation risk that the committee is worried about would be food inflation and the pass-through effect of the current escalations of the tensions in the Middle East.
But also businesses, they continue to complain that high borrowing costs are making expansion almost impossible, right? At what point does fighting inflation begin to hurt economic growth?
Of course, I agree with you, right? If we look at the current money supply numbers, we would see that credit to private sector as of May has only grown by 1% month on month, and even on a year-on-year basis, it has only grown by 4%, which is abysmal if you ask me, right? So I do agree with you that higher interest rates is actually making it difficult for businesses to expand. However, I think this still boils down to the mandate of the CBN, right? The CBN is trying to do is they're trying to protect the interests of the naira and of course the external position of the currency. So while in the short term we'll see that businesses struggle to get access to credit because the interest is on the high side, right? But in the long run, having been able to deal with the problem of inflation and of course increase external buffers, we'll see economic growth moving forward, right? So I think my take on this is that we should only be worried when this strategy extends for long, such that we are seeing strains in businesses. In fact, recent money supply numbers shows that for the month of June, credit to private sector has hit somewhere around 2.7%, which is better compared to what we've seen previously. So I would say that fighting inflation is going to be a short to mid-term thing, but when it starts extending into a structural long-term problem, then we should be worried about it affecting economic growth.
So now Nigeria's GDP has remained relatively resilient despite all of these tight monetary conditions. Do you think that resilience is sustainable, or are cracks beginning to emerge from your own point of view?
Right. So considering all that is happening domestically in the global space, I think that the Nigerian economy is resilient, right? Considering headline good number of 3.89 in the first quarter alone, and even PMI numbers printing somewhere around 50% in the expansionary level, that's genuinely encouraging if you ask me. So yes, the economy has been quite resilient. However, that resilience is going to be dependent. How that resilience is sustained is going to be dependent on a number of factors, including how well we're able to manage our resources. Take, for instance, the GDP numbers for the first quarter shows that the oil sector printed or grew somewhere around 2% as against the expansion that we saw in the previous quarter, where it grew by 6%, right? Now, how sustainable the Nigerian economy is going, the growth of the Nigerian economy is going to be will be dependent on how we are able to manage our resources. And I think we're already seeing improvements. For instance, we're seeing Nigeria produce more oil, and this as of the month of June, that's somewhere around 1.55 billion barrels per day in terms of oil production. That's the second consecutive time that Nigeria is going to be meeting and exceeding its OPEC quota for the year. And of course, with the advent of the Dangote refinery, we're expecting the oil sector to contribute more to the overall GDP growth. So I think that while the economy is resilient, how well we're able to manage or sustain that resilience is going to be dependent on how well we manage our resources, including government spending and other fiscal policies that are put into place.
So beyond inflation now, let's take a look at how much the exchange rate stability, the foreign portfolio inflows and external reserves, how much do they influence the MPC's decision?
Right. So the MPC does look at other parameters other than inflation, yes. And I think that those other parameters, like how stable FX has been, the level of portfolio inflows we've seen, and then the reserve levels are critical to the decision of the MPC. So arguably, I would say that those other parameters did influence the decision of the MPC. The Naira has been relatively stable for the year. Year to date, the Naira has gained somewhere around 4%, which is good for the external position of the Naira and also good for the Naira itself, right? And also looking at the reserve numbers, the reserve has grown to somewhere around 52 billion as of mid-month, and even according to the Monetary Policy Committee, that gives us roughly 11 months cover on imports, right? And considering portfolio inflows now, in the first quarter of the year alone, we saw portfolio inflows climb somewhere around 10.37 billion, and that's about 80% increase year on year. And of course, that is directly an impact of the high interest environment that Nigeria is, right? Now, while the overall capital inflows is impressive, I think it's necessary to mention that over 90% of that figure is attributed to foreign portfolio investments, which of course speaks directly to the high interest rate environment that we find ourselves in, right? So that being said, if the MPC had, because of the slow print we saw in inflation, reduced interest rates, that could impact on the level of inflows that we are seeing and also negatively affect the external position of Nigeria. So I think that the MPC is just trying to effectively protect the FX and also consolidate on the gains that we've seen in the past 2 years.
So for the ordinary Nigerians, many ask if inflation is easing, then why are food prices and the cost of living still so high? That's the question that most Nigerians have. How do you explain that, disconnect? Inflation is easing, but, it's not reflecting the pockets, the prices of food, and cost of living is high. So how do you explain it to us?
Right. So I think the first thing that we should understand is that when inflation is easing, it doesn't translate into lower prices. It just means that the prices are rising at a lower pace. Yes, the prices are rising, but it's rising at a pace not so high, right? So, like I previously mentioned, the headline inflation numbers did show moderation, right? But if you take a look at food components of the basket, you'd see that food inflation increased, and that just reflects the reality of what Nigerians are currently facing, right? And one of the major things that feed into the cost of food would be the cost of transport. Logistics have been high in recent time, and that directly fits into what the prices of food is going to be at the end of the day, right? So inflation easing doesn't necessarily mean that prices are slowing down. It just means that the prices of goods and services are increasing at a slower rate, right? And again, the external environment, the tension that we're currently seeing in the Middle East is a major problem that is feeding into the prices of goods and services. And also, we're currently in rain season. If you look at the farming calendar of Nigeria, we're in the period where we're in between the period of planting and harvesting, where the farmers just sit and literally wait for their farming inputs to grow, right? So that alone has put a constraint on the level of food supply that is available in the Nigerian market, right? So all of that put together, and also not even forgetting the structural problem of preservation, right, of food items. All of that has put a constraint on the level of food supply that we are seeing. And like I previously mentioned, food contributes a major part to the CPI basket. Yes. So if we don't solve these problems of high logistical cost, poor preservation methods or poor preservation techniques, we will tend to see food costs still be high. And of course, the season that we're currently in is also contributing to why food prices are high. So that's why I think the ordinary man would see that there is a disconnect between what the headline inflation number is seeing and how much they are buying food in the market.
So what does the rate decision mean for commercial banks? Should we expect lending rate to remain elevated, or could banks begin easing credit conditions independently?
Right. So the CBN's decision to hold rate was not only for the headline policy rate. Other parameters were held constant, right? So with CRR somewhere around 45% for deposit bank, a large share of deposits in banks is still locked away and cannot be lended out to people. Right. So what this means for bank lending rates is that we will most likely still see interest rates on loans still be as high as they currently are, and until we see good enough economic reasons for the MPC to ease the interest rates, then the rate that we're currently experiencing now is what we'll see towards the end of the year in September when the MPC meets again. So essentially, we're expecting bank lending rates to still be around the same level that they currently have for the next year.
Investors now, they often view higher interest rates as attractive for fixed income assets, but it's challenging for equities. How do you expect this decision to influence the Nigerian stock market and also investment flows?
Right. So theoretically, or typically, it is normal for investors to reshuffle their portfolio when we are experiencing or when the market is recording higher rates in the fixed income market. So it's typical for us to see funds be redirected from the fixed income market from the equities market, I beg your pardon, from the equities market into the fixed income market. That is typical, right? So, however, again, looking at the Nigerian equities market, the Nigerian equities market has been very resilient in this year. The market has delivered somewhere around over 50% year to date, and sometimes this year the market has gone somewhere around over 60%, and which is higher than what the market did for the entirety of 2025, right? So I think that this decision is not going to have so much effect on the equities market, right? Because a lot of factors have helped investors' confidence in the equities market, including the recently concluded banking sector recapitalization and the ongoing recapitalization for the insurance sector. All of those things have actually shown up investors' interest and confidence in the market, and for that reason, we've seen a lot of people bet on the stock exchange market. And even recently, we've seen a report that the NGX is the most dollar returning equities market, overtaking the Asian market, right? So all of that in place, I wouldn't say that we're going to see a lot of impact in the equities market. Yes, there are higher rates or higher yields in the fixed income market, and investors have already priced that in and taking positions to lock in yields on the long end of the fixed income market. But the equities market in itself is quite resilient, and I think my final point here is going to be the upcoming listing of the Dangote refinery. That alone, looking at the current valuation of that listing, that alone is enough to show investors' interest, and we will continue to see investors put money in the market rather than offloading it to the fixed income space.
So looking ahead now, what economic indicators will the MPC be watching most closely before considering its first rate cut? And are we talking months or possibly much longer?
Right. So before we can speak to when we expect easing in the policy rates, I think we should speak to what can actually lead to a rate cut from the MPC, right? And the CBN itself, or the MPC itself, has rightly said that the central risk, or the central risk to the outlook of whether or not we are going to see easing in rates, is ongoing tension in the Middle East. If we do not see major de-escalation in that tension, then the probability of having higher rates for long is going to be persistent, right? And more importantly, the domestic numbers for inflation, right? Until we see considerable moderation in headline numbers, in fact, a broad-based moderation in the components of the CPI, we're not expecting the MPC to ease, right? Because it's going to negatively act, right? So how long we're going to wait now is dependent on how all of these risk factors are being resolved. The tension in the Middle East, how inflation is doing, and how well the economy has grown in terms of GDP numbers and PMI numbers.
So finally,
the MPC is likely to not cut rates until after the 2027 elections. right? But if I'm being aggressive, in the September meeting, that is on the back of disinflationary trend and de-escalation of the tensions that is currently going on in the Middle East.
All right, Damilola, before I let you go, finally, if you were advising businesses and households today, most importantly, households, what financial decisions should they be making in an environment where interest rates are likely to stay higher for longer?
Okay, so for businesses and households, I think what the high interest rates environment means is that while we'll be seeing high to earn more on investment, it also means that people would be able to make more money from the capital market. Now, I think in recent time, this is one of the first time in recent time that we've seen instruments like the treasury bills trade somewhere around the same level as inflation or even higher, right? So I think my advice for businesses would be to take advantage of the current high rate environment and invest in high yielding stocks that would allow them make more money. And then also in businesses, I think another advice would be to limit the rate at which they take out loans because of the high cost on those loans, right? And then I think the same thing goes for households. This is a time to invest because you typically get more return on your investment, and that's one of the things that the CBN is trying to do by keeping the interest rates high. They're trying to encourage saving from households and also investments by households. That way, the economy is going to see much more capital being deployed, and that can also lead to economic growth in the long term. So generally, it's going to be for people to save and invest.
Thank you so much, Damilola Dexter. It was really good to have you on the Business Money Live.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right, still to come after the break, we're going to be examining scaling startups in Nigeria from survival to sustainable growth. Do stay with us.
Nigeria, a land of boundless energy, driven by the pulse of over 200 million dreams. At the heart of this momentum stands a giant, Seplat Energy, an indigenous powerhouse accounting for a vital share of Nigeria's oil and gas output, propelled by the historic acquisition milestone with the acquisition of ExxonMobil's onshore and shallow water assets, significantly expanding its production capacity and marking its entry into offshore operations. We are the engine of prosperity, Nigeria's leading domestic gas supplier with a total gas production output of 2.7 billion cubic feet, and the landmark Ano gas project delivering first gas. We have elevated our total processed gas output to 855 million standard cubic feet per day onshore. Indeed, we have brought domestic gas utilization to new heights, powering industries and securing energy for millions. But we are not just growing production, we're growing responsibly. By ending routine flares, we are decarbonizing our operations today to protect the Nigeria of tomorrow. Our reach is expanding. From offshore gas distribution to the growth of CNG for transport and industry, we are deepening our presence across the entire value chain. Our impact reaches the grassroots. Through innovative mini-grid projects, we are bringing clean, reliable energy to local communities, fueling economic empowerment where it's needed most. We are more than an energy company. We are a partner in progress, a leader in the energy transition, a giant rooted in Nigeria for Nigeria. Seplat Energy, leading Nigeria's energy transition, powering the future.
At Providus Bank, we're committed to your growth and success. You're never alone on the journey. Our personalized relationship banking is how we do things together. It's what sets us apart. We value every individual and partnership and treat them as such. We're committed to helping you grow and celebrating your success. This is your life story, your future, your forward. This is all about you. Let's move you forward. Providus Bank.
Every legacy has a beginning. Ours evolved. Built on trust and carried forward as a second-generation family legacy, Bemio has grown into Nigeria's largest cash-in-transit provider, trusted where precision and reliability matter most. But we are more than movement. We deliver protection at every level, from professional guarding to journey management to concierge services. And through Bemio Polo, we reflect the identity, heritage, and standards we uphold. This is modern service. This is a legacy in motion. Bemio, your partner to safer living.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications. From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning Live. Let's now move to our second conversation this morning. Nigeria has no shortage of brilliant business ideas. Every year, thousands of startups are launched, promising to disrupt industries, create jobs, and solve everyday problems. Yet, while many manage to survive their first few years, only a handful successfully scale into sustainable businesses. High inflation, limited access to funding, foreign exchange volatility, rising operation costs, infrastructure challenges, and an increasingly competitive market have made the journey from startup to scale up even more difficult. At the same time, opportunities in fintech, agri-tech, health tech, AI, logistics, and the creative economy continue to attract investors looking for the next big success story. So what separates startups that merely survive from those that build lasting businesses, and what practical strategies can founders adopt to grow sustainably in today's Nigerian economy? And to help us unpack this, we are joined by Olajide Babatunde Olaiwola Yusuf, is a chief catalyst at Swift Catalyst Hive Limited. Good morning, Olajide. It's good to have you on the Business Morning Live.
Thanks for having me. Good morning. How are you today?
All right, very well. When we talk about scaling a startup, what does that actually mean? Is it simply about making more money, or is there more to it?
You are breaking. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, please. We can hear you.
Okay. The question.
All right. I said, when we talk about scaling a startup, what does that actually mean? Is it just about making more money, or is there more to it?
Okay, so when you talk about scaling a startup, I think it should also be very fair to talk about what startup itself is. Well, from the process of conceptualization, implementation, execution, and evaluation of any product or service or services that makes a startup existence valuable. And going by scaling a startup, when you talk about a startup majorly, you have a few things you are actually talking about. You are talking about the idea, you are talking about the industry itself, you are talking about the individuals that run the idea, and so on. So when talking about scaling, we measure the scaling with two orders. We talk about either revenue or versus margin. And it is very important to understand that when you are a startup and you're looking at scaling as a whole thing, unlike what we do in the conventional space, that everybody just wants to grow and become a multi-million dollars company overnight, there are a lot of work that needs to be put into place. You must first understand revenue versus margin difference. You need to know when to grow the business and when to stabilize the business. Then you also talk about systemization. Systemization is also part of scaling, because if the business is centered around you as the owner of the business, and the business will not move on if you are not there, then there is no system in place. There is no capacity to push the business forward without the founder. And that's why most startups in Nigeria would always fail between first 10 years of existence, because everything is around the founder. And if the founder is not there, the whole thing cannot go on. Then we also talk about value expansion. Before you scale in the real scaling system, you have to deepen the market by capturing the larger part of the market before you say, okay, we want to expand, and say, okay, you must be boastful of a particular number of the market share. Like I said, it is about the ideas, it's about the industry, it's about the individuals involved. So the individuals involved must transcend the person who founded, or the persons who founded the organization. Then that is where you can now say, okay, the idea has come to stay. When you can now have a capacity to be boastful of a quality number of the share in that industry. So the idea, the industry, and the individuals involved are the indices for scaling through revenue. Okay, in Nigeria, Nigeria has one of the largest African most vibrant startup anyway. But the reality is that we have just a few challenges that are really crippling those vibrancy. Currently, the government is proposing that all organizations that have to do with digital solutions that are hosted with the cloud in the foreign space needs to bring it back locally for data protection. The question is, how many data centers do we have? The question is, how many efficient personnel do we have to manage those data centers? Do we even have the electricity to first claim that capacity before we make a shift that, okay, by 2027, all startups need to start using local servers, local cloud, and so on and so forth. So the first thing is infrastructure deficit. If we can do well with improving our infrastructure capacity, in terms of everything the startups need, they don't have to depend on the external world. Then we are going to grow a bit further and probably bigger and one of the best in Africa. The second one is microeconomic shock. Currency fluctuation and inflation is something that you cannot predict. A startup that struggles to get maybe 100 million naira to get started and had budgeted 30 million naira into assets setup and the likes, and overnight everything skyrocketed and they realized they have to spend about 70 million naira to fix what they budgeted 30 million naira for, as at when they were writing the proposal to the investors or to the bank, cannot scale at that point because they can't go back to the funders to say, oh, there is inflation. And at the same time, aside from that, after you have set up and inflation sets in, it can cripple the customer's mindset and it can affect the patronage. So after infrastructural deficit, the next thing about it is macroeconomic shock that can happen through inflations, through currency fluctuation, shifts in customers' focus and all of that. Then we also have the last one, which is premature scaling. I see this a lot with a lot of us in Nigeria who are startups, who own startups. As a consultant that also work with a lot of startups, I can say that a lot of companies in the next 10 years don't even need to scale at all because they need to first get their feet by what I said earlier. Their ideas need to be well solidified because unfortunately when it comes to ideas that startups run in Nigeria, we rarely invent. Very rarely. We manage to innovate, but most of the time we imitate. So it is a big problem because when you are imitators, the idea will be slim and over time it will crumble because you cannot expand because there is no proper innovation that is around it, let alone an invention. So I think premature scaling is another very key thing that is a big challenge in startups in Nigeria. So that's been said.
All right, with inflation, exchange rate, and also volatility, and the high borrowing costs, that we're going through now, do you think startups should focus more on survival, or is that still the right time to pursue aggressive growth?
Okay, so we are going to be looking at a systemic evaluation between survival and aggressive growth. So it's like a battle. With inflation, exchange rates, and the volatility of inflation, high borrowing costs, if you call every startup out now, they are one way or the other into one debt or the other, maintenance, stress or something. So when you look at all of these, we would run survival through aggressive growth by that evaluation. So it is not an either or. No, it requires strategic and a very good strategy of defensive execution with targeted expansion. If I have 5 stars and I am doing below a revenue that can pay that is struggling to pay 6 stars, then I need to know that I need to downscale. Very important. I need to know that at this point I need to lay some people off and ask people to multitask. But unfortunately, you see that it is not the case because it is not defensive execution, neither is it targeted expansion. The first thing that is a big issue to evaluate here is profit first model. Most of the startups, I can say correctly that most startups have not even hit quality profit in their first 30 months into their startup. They are still struggling with setup. So in that area of burning cash, only for user acquisition, customers and the likes, then you need to be careful. because you can lose it all in that. Then discipline capital is another thing. You must also focus on discipline capital. And what do I mean by that is focus first on extending runways. Look at what you have, protecting the key margins and doubling your high-end yields, and lower your market prerequisite so that you can penetrate. For example, I always tell people 1% of a successful business is far reaching and better than 100% of a struggling one. And that is the case of most startups, because survival is, even in survival, they are struggling. Let alone now talking about aggressive expansion. Unlike we just want to play to the camera, we want to play to the social media, like we are doing fine when we are not. It doesn't work. A startup must be accountable to one, growth, must be accountable to development, must be accountable to failure, and even must be accountable to success as much as you are to failure. Then the last one is opportunity in friction. That is very key. Downturn allows lean, resilient company to capture market share over a period of time. So you need to also understand what they call opportunity in friction. When there are problems, look down, come down. You and your strategy need to go back and evaluate. And also under opportunity friction, you would always have a staff that is telling you the truth. But most times, because we are the founder, we are the alpha and omega, we don't listen to the field workers, and we are not even on the field. So we should get their field feedback as much as we need the customer feedback to look at the opportunities in our frictions and able to manage it efficiently. So that's what I have to say there.
All right. Funding often, dominates conversations around startups. When you hear startups, the next thing that comes to mind is funding. From your experience, do you think lack of capital is really the biggest problem, or are there deeper issues preventing businesses from scaling?
I didn't get that question, please. I didn't get that question very well.
Do you want me to take it again?
I didn't get the question, please.
Yeah, I'm speaking about funding now. Funding often dominates the conversation when it comes to startups. From your experience, do you think it is lack of capital that is really the biggest problem, or are there deeper issues preventing businesses from scaling?
Okay, so when you talk about funding, often dominance, funding is actually a big dominance conversation when it comes to startup. Now, for me, you need to ask a few things about funding. Is it about how much I need or how much I want? If it is about how much I need, then there's a problem. And if it's about how much I want, there's a problem, because you can never ever get how much you want. But if it is about how much you need, yes, we would scale down to a lean startup project. And the biggest problems are always that there are deeper issues preventing businesses from scaling, often the time than this funding. So when you talk about funding, yes, what if you eventually get the fund? How are you going to manage it? One of the very big problems is lack of operational architecture. By the very first four basic, as a consultant, one thing I always say is that by the very first four basic operational model, as much as you are looking for other people's money to come and run your business, you must also look at other people's mindsets. You need to hire quality consultants, quality top tier staffs that are going to give you the right energy to maximize that other people's money you are getting. Else, you will stop becoming creditworthy. And the next one you need to look at is other people's movements. Look at people you can outsource to, people you can collaborate. For example, if I'm running a supply chain, do I need to own my logistics? No. Are there logistics I can bring on board that I can vibe with, and we can do the best out of the market shares? And it's going to be rub my back and rub your back. So lack of operational architecture is a very big issue. Then the next one is governance gap. Premature scaling without paper board structure, compliance and risk control is a very big case. It's a very, 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 very big case, because often a time you do not even have anybody checking you as a founder. You don't have anybody evaluating you. Nobody is assessing your KPI as the founder because you are the founder and CEO. So at some point, everything stops at your desk, and if you are stuck, the company is stuck. So at that point, when there is governance gap, then you have a problem with compliance and risk control. And the last one is misaligned product market fits. And that's where capital cannot scale a product that solves an imaginary problem. You have to solve the real world problem, not some illusions, some fantasies, and all of that. Yes, everybody is in fintech. The first question is, there is money in fintech. Do I want to do the fintech everybody is doing, or I want to bring a unique fintech that works better? So these are a few things that matters, because if you cannot assess the misaligned product market gap, then you have a problem. So these are the first three things aside from funding. Yes, funding is essential, but when you get what you need as against what you want, you might not be able to maximize it, even when you get what you want. If these three checks, the lack of opportunity or operational architecture, if you cannot fix it, if you cannot fix governance gap, if you cannot fix misaligned product market gaps, these things will not help your funding even be efficient if you eventually have them. But don't forget, if you have all of these with the barest minimum funding, you can get started and you can start generating revenue for expansion. Thank you.
All right, because we're pressed with time, right? Let's look at government policies. You know, they continue to shape the business environment. So what reform or support mechanism would make the biggest difference for startups trying to scale in Nigeria?
Okay, if I get the question right, you're asking about investors today are becoming more selective, right? Am I correct?
No, we are talking about government policies now. We are moving to government policies. We understand that, you know, they continue to shape the business environment. Speak to us about the reforms or support mechanisms that would make the biggest difference for startups trying to scale in Nigeria.
Okay. So, indeed, investors' expectations and fundamentals are very critical. And we can't take this away, but in a nutshell, not to drag it too much, first thing is that investors will always be selective on startups to fund, startups to support, startups to invest in. But there is a key thing that is a very big value. It's called the default applied value. Yeah, the first thing is that the first assessment should be pure unit economy, where proving gross margins are reasonable and the short parts are very profitable, because part of those have all the things in the world. If I give you $1 million, when are you going to transform that $1 million? How soon can I get a return of my capital and even ROI? Then next one is that we always evaluate when we talk about this is essential B2B and infrastructural focus. Businesses that power everyday trade, MSMEs, operation and chain, like payment system, logistics system, over speculative customers app, get traction better. Why is because investors have a whole lot of how can I call it? A whole lot of expectations that they don't want to tie their funds down. Because if I have 100 million naira to give to 10 businesses at 10 million naira, I'm looking at, as much as I know one or two might fail, I'm looking at the other 8 to be able to pay back for the loss on the 2. So they are making a very calculated decisions, and they are not willing to lose their sanity over someone's idea, because it takes about 2 people to tango here, the idealist and the investor. The more simple articulation, and this is what my advice has been recently for investors. Whatever you are investing in, create a model that allows you to be present in that business. So you are aware of their hurdles and you are aware of their hustles. so you can know where you can actually help and help them upscale. But most investors just give this money after all paper verification and assurance, and they just give the money and leave it to them. The role of the investor is still sacrosanct to hiring at least 3 major persons that report directly to the investor. What if I am a startup founder and I collected your money? Yes, I use about 40% on the project, and I decided to go abroad for vacation, spend luxury on luxury assets and all of that. And you are not aware until the business is collapsing. And we just come and say the business did not work. So, but if you have your eyes in there as an investor, you are safe and you are protected. And one of the roles you can look out for is the business development manager. You as an investor can look at that to help the startup accountable. When the business development manager is hired directly from you to plug into the startup. And I think with this, we can mitigate that risk. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. It was really good to have you on the Business Morning Live show. And of course, we'll go on a quick break. When we come back, we're going to be having the final part of our conversation this morning. We're going to be looking at Nigeria's startup and venture capital ecosystem. We're going to be examining what's changing. Do stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications. From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
For 25 years, BusinessDay has delivered credible journalism, intelligent analysis, and decision-shaping insights to Nigeria and Africa's business community. Introducing Africa's first AI-integrated website, enhanced with powerful new capabilities. At the heart of the new platform is the AI-enabled chatbot, built to help you navigate stories faster, ask questions, get summaries, and access deeper context instantly. Text-to-speech functionality, allowing you to listen to articles on the go.
The Murtala Muhammad International Airport, Lagos, has recorded an 11.8% growth in air traffic.
Whether you're commuting, driving, or multitasking, BusinessDay now moves with you. And with our new language translation feature, our journalism becomes even more accessible. You can select your preferred language, thereby expanding reach across diverse audiences in Nigeria, Africa, and beyond. This innovation reinforces our commitment to being not just a news platform, but also a smart, accessible, and future-ready business intelligence hub. As we celebrate 25 years of impact, we step confidently into the future, powered by technology, driven by credibility, and focused on you. Visit the new BusinessDay website today and experience the future of news.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Watching Business Morning Live. Let's now move to our third conversation this morning, and we're going to be looking at Nigeria's startup ecosystem. Is venture capital flowing again? For much of the last 2 years, raising capital became one of the toughest challenges for startups, not just in Nigeria, but across the world. Investors became more cautious, funding slowed, and founders were forced to rethink everything from growth ambitions to profitability. Now, there are signs the market may be turning. Venture capital activities is beginning to recover, but this isn't a return to the easy money era. Investors are asking tougher questions. Valuations are being scrutinized, and startups are under greater pressure to prove they can build sustainable businesses. So what does this new funding environment really mean for founders? Are we Nigerian startups, or are Nigerian startups, I beg your pardon, positioned to take advantage of it? And joining us to unpack this is Cynthia E. Chisom. She's a partner, research and advisory at the Startup Development Center. Good morning, Cynthia. It's good to have you on the Business Morning Live Show.
Good morning. It's good to be here. Good morning.
Very well. All right, let's go straight into it. We've seen encouraging signs that venture capital activity is beginning to recover globally, and Nigeria is once again attracting investor interest. From where you sit, are startups actually feeling that change, or is it optimism moving faster than capital?
I think right now, we're in the middle of a recovery. Between 2024 and 2025, when we began to see this recovery, I would say in 2026, I think it's good optimism, but it's too early to make any confirmations now, because we have to wait it out to the end of the year to be sure that we're actually on a good track, or if we're just picking up a few pieces. So it's too early to tell, but I think we're quite optimistic right now.
All right. One thing we're hearing is that investors haven't necessarily become more generous. They've simply become more selective, if I'm correct. So how different is the funding conversation today compared to what founders have experienced 3 or 4 years ago?
Yes, investors are quite skeptical and very, very, they're treading carefully, especially because of what we experienced in the past couple of years, or which is the negative impacts, the low opportunities for exits. And these conversations are basically making it very, 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 very easy for investors, or very, very hard actually for investors to make solid investments as they normally would a few years back. And you won't blame them. Once you've been burned, you would be more careful when making decisions right now. And it's not just from looking to the companies to invest, but it's also looking at how you're going to exit that investment. I know a couple of fund managers who are finding it very, very hard right now to exit some of the investments they've made 5-6 years down the line. Some have made double-digit investments, but they've only been able to see one exit. I think those conversations are making it very, very critical right now for investors to be very careful with how they invest today, because they're also thinking about tomorrow.
Very well. In the years when capital was abundant, growth often took precedence over profitability. As the mindset shifted and our founders now building businesses differently because of the funding environment.
Sorry, could you take that question again? I don't think I heard properly.
Of course. I said in the years when capital was abundant, when we had lots of capital, growth often took precedence over profitability. As that mindset shifted, or are founders now building businesses differently because of the funding environment?
Honestly, yes, the mindset has shifted from growth over profitability. Now there's a lot of conversation around profitability. The numbers are very important for making decisions right now. And it's not just numbers in terms of what we used to look at when it comes to vanity metrics on number of users, but it's now revenue, right? And not just revenue. So revenue is important, but not just revenue, but positive unit economics. That's like the biggest conversation right now. So any founder who is looking to raise capital has to think extra hard about how they generate revenue, but also how positive that unit economics is. And then because funding is supposed to sort of fuel something that is solid, something that can actually grow, so that you don't see some losses at the end of the day and the business doesn't make sense, and then you have to shut down the company. So right now, profitability is super, super key, and unit economics is super, super key. Yeah.
Right. One of the things here is that many early stage founders, they believe that a great idea is enough to attract investment. From your experience especially working with startups, what are investors actually looking for before they write a check today, before they give that money to the startup?
Yeah, this is this is such a an interesting perspective that most early stage founders are having, right? They used to have, I would say, because now conversation has changed. But any founder who thinks that your idea is good enough for capital to be given to you, honestly, it's more than that right now. Right now, investors are looking at one, the opportunity for exit in a particular market. They're also tying that with their investment thesis, right? They're also looking at how long it will take for you to reach specific numbers from as low as $1 million ARR to as high as $10 million ARR, right? And the market usually is the biggest determinant for that, right? Another really important thing is the team, right? What's the quality of people that are basically behind this company? Who is going to take this company from doing $10,000 a month to doing $100,000 a month, right? Do they have the capacity to actually build this in the long term? That years of experience backing those individuals it's very, very important. And I would say, one final really critical thing is really thinking around distribution, right? Distribution is a big conversation right now because of the age of AI and how that is impacting how quickly people can build products, any SaaS products, right? So the conversation is, okay, yes, this is a fancy and nice looking, MVP that you have going on here, but how are you going to get to the market? And how are you going to get that stickiness? How are you going to hold on and really increase the switching cost for the customers who come on board? How are you going to get that retention? And all of this is linked up to revenue because the VCs have been burnt. And right now, if it's not a solid looking business, if it does not have that, path to profitability and revenue growth, then it's going to be really hard for those early stage founders to raise funding.
Right. Nigeria has one of Africa's most vibrant startup ecosystem because we were actually speaking about the startup system before, we had your session. But in as much as we have a very vibrant startup ecosystem, we've seen that businesses struggle to survive beyond the early stage. Do you think it's access to capital that's the biggest challenge, or are there more fundamental issues around execution, governance, and the business models?
Great question. I would say a bit of both, but let's say a 70-30 distribution, right? So what does that look like? When you see a founder or a startup struggling to survive, especially at the early stages, it's a factor of things that has to do with the quality of the founders, right? However, there are three forces that are being applied on any startup at any given stage, which is forces that has to do with the industry, which is the macroeconomics, the microeconomics, the industry dynamics, right? The different sectors and the players, and basically the opportunities in the value chain, and that can impact the survival of a company. But there's also the ecosystem force, which is if a founder is building out of, say, maybe a Kano or an Abuja, the ecosystem surrounding that founder is very different from a founder who is building out of Lagos, and I'm sure we can already tell why. So that in itself has an impact on survival. But there's also the internal venture force, which has to do with the founder's capacity to execute, the team, the quality of the team, the operational structure, the organizational structure, the level of governance, the quality of knowledge that the founders have with regards to executing strategy. All of these, three forces are super critical, and these were some of the discoveries that we made at the Startup Development Center. So yes, capital is key. You do need access to capital, and it's part of the different pillars under the ecosystem force. But I dare say that in a climate like ours, in the Nigerian startup ecosystem, building out of Nigeria is pretty hard, and you have to take into cognizance all of these other factors around the industry and around the ecosystem that the founder is building out of to be able to say, this is what is going to impact survival beyond just access to capital.
All right, let's now pivot. AI, climate technology, fintech, health innovation, they continue to attract investor attention globally from track record. Are Nigerian founders building in sectors where the capital is actually flowing, or is there still a mismatch between what startups are creating and what investors want, to get back?
That's a very, very great question. These areas that you've highlighted, yes, has and still is attracting investor attention. I think in the last data revealed by Big Deal, we have fintech, leading, followed by climate technology, and then you have agri and logistics following, after. So yes, founders are trying to build in these sectors, and we all know how investors, the way investors frame their investment thesis sort of impacts how they invest, and in turn indirectly actually impacts where founders want to build, because they know that this is where capital is going to flow. However, I think it's also a very important conversation to have around, okay, is it about the capital, or is it about the problems that exist in the country and the opportunities, right? Because if founders are skewing the way they build towards where the capital is going, how does that impact our economy in the long run, right? So yes, you see a lot of other startups who are building in other sectors, but capital is not flowing in that direction. And how does that impact, the quality of the ecosystem and the quality of the economy in the long run? I think that's also a very important conversation to be had because of the existence of that mismatch. But yeah, we do see a lot of startups still building in sectors that investors find attractive. Yeah.
So beyond and away from funding, many founders say they need strong mentorship, they need networks, and also strategic guidance. How important are this non-financial resources in having to determine whether a startup succeeds?
Absolutely. I mean, even after you receive capital from a venture capital fund, it's still expedient that VC firm provides more than just that capital, which is being able to give strategic guidance, being able to open doors, being able to provide consistent mentorship and network, right, for that startup to grow. So whether after you receive funding and even before you receive funding, that's a constant. And I think that's something that I dare say we need to invest more into as an ecosystem, right, within the country, so that founders can have access to that constant, which is really important before funding comes and even after funding comes. Because a founder without clarity, on what the future looks like on that roadmap, a founder without clarity on execution is as good as a failed company, because it's the founder that creates that vision. It's the founder that sees to it that everyone on the team, moves forward. And if they don't have the right support structures around them, from having a solid, and present advisory board, to having individuals that they can make phone calls to open doors for them, to having individuals who can provide strategy and give them access to insight that they probably cannot see from their point of view. That in itself is a solid and a constant determinant for startup success beyond financing.
We've also seen more conversations around founders becoming investment ready before they even begin fundraising. So what does investment readiness actually looks like, and where do startups most often fall short?
Investment readiness is really key. So when a founder decides to, say, okay, I'm going to start my venture fundraising journey, right? I want to kick off this thing. I want to start raising funds. they have to go through an investment readiness process. We do have organizations that are dedicated to helping, startups become investment ready. And investment ready cuts across a number of things, from your data room, which basically contains all the necessary documents, from financial audits to, IP documentations, even down to simple things as if you and your co-founder have it like a co-founder agreement. If you also have a number of investors who have come in, maybe angel investors, family and friends who have, put in some money in the past, you want to be able to have that documented on your cap table. So yes, your data room has to be ready in terms of documentations, key documentations, that even covers your financial model. However, the investment readiness doesn't just cover like the documentation. It also is important for the founders to be investment ready in terms of strategy building, because the expectations of venture capital funding requires a certain kind of growth that a founder has to be mentally prepared for, but also strategically prepared for, in putting together the right strategy towards the kind of growth that is required, right? So you're looking at, 10x up to 30x growth over a short period of time, because you have about 5 to 7 years to be able to make that return on investment. So you're not just thinking, you have to move away from the mindset of, maybe what you used to, the numbers you used to run before venture capital funding, to actually now saying, okay, how can I 10x this number every month? Where can we go to for distribution? What does the opportunity look like? Do we need to expand geographically? If we have to, what does that look like? Do we need to expand our product lines? If we have to, what does that look like? And all of that, that strategic thinking is super important, even beyond the documentation, because you can have all the documentations right, but if you're not strategically ready, mentally ready to be able to take on the venture capital funding and meet the demands that it requires, then I dare say that you haven't been prepared when it comes to investment and fundraising, right? So at the end of the day, it's across a number of pillars. Your technology readiness, you have to be commercially ready, your team also has to be ready, but you also have to be ready strategically in terms of growth.
Another trend we're seeing is founders looking beyond traditional venture capital through grants, of course. What do you think about that? What do you think about that?
Yes, this has become a much more increasing conversation, especially with the downturn that we had in the ecosystem, where venture capital has its demands. There's that factor where founders are thinking, okay, what I'm building, can it actually meet those demands? Am I venture backable startup? And if I'm not, and if the market that I'm building out of and the scale that is required, if I cannot meet those demands, where else can I go to get the funding? So that in itself has impacted where founders go to look for funding. Another thing that also impacted where founders go to look for funding beyond VC is the fact that there is very little venture capital funding flowing towards the pre-seed stage, which is where most of the founders in the African and the Nigerian startup ecosystem, is at. And so if you have, investor and fundraising for pre-seed reducing over time, I'm talking drastic reduction from about 200 pre-seed investors in 2021 to about 135 right now, which is actually very low. When you look at that time frame, right? So that in itself has started raising the questions in the minds of founders: is that, okay, if we don't have a lot of pre-seed investment and pre-seed venture capital funding, where can I go to get the additional and the external capital that I need to grow? So they start exploring things like grants and angel investments and so on. There's also the factor of the demands of venture capital in terms of equity and the return on investment that is required, right, at the point of exit. Even the fact that there's an exit, happening maybe through an M&A or an IPO, IPOs are quite rare, but through an M&A, which is, should be the common, and then secondaries, right? You see a lot of founders saying, okay, do I want to take my company through that journey where I have to maybe sell the company much later? Do I want to build something long term? Can I explore other financing methods like revenue-based financing? These are some of the conversations that are in the minds of founders, and it's making them look to other places for capital beyond the VC. Can you take that again? I lost the audio at that point. Please confirm you can still hear me.
To approach these investors in the coming months?
Okay, so just so that I get the question properly, you're talking about entrepreneurs who are struggling to raise, right?
Exactly. The entrepreneurs that are struggling to raise capital, the startups that are struggling to raise capital, and we're looking at people that are struggling for over the past 2 years, and now they're thinking of having to approach investors for capital. What do you think they should prepare for in order for these investors to see that they're actually investment ready?
Yes. So, I mean, for founders who are looking to raise capital, in the coming months and in the coming years, there's signals that you should be paying attention to right now, and you have to be properly prepared to approach investors. So yes, we talked about investment readiness, but also from an ecosystem perspective, you also need to think about the areas that a lot of capital is flowing towards. I mean, it really reveals the investment thesis that these investors are working with, which is a very important factor that you have to think about as a founder, which is these investors that I'm approaching, what's their investment thesis? What are they focused on? Do they have an investment thesis skewed towards a particular sector or a particular gender or a particular stage? Are there expectations on the numbers you need to be able to fulfill in terms of revenue, your annual recurring revenue? Are there numbers that you need to be able to fulfill in terms of exits, right? What's the expected exits ratio in terms of investment versus amount at the point of exits? You also need to think about on a broader scale from the market, like who and where and how would you exit this company, because that's the very important thing for investors. They need to get that cash out that they've invested into your company. So there's a lot of preparation that you need to do. There's a lot of signals you need to watch out for, be on the ground, have conversations, preliminary conversations with the investors, even before you start your fundraising journey, just so that you can get more context as to where the market is moving in terms of capital flow. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Cynthia. It's really good to have you on the Business Morning.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here.
All right, we're speaking to Cynthia E. Chisom. She's a partner, research and advisory, SDC, a startup development center. And of course, up next is the social listening after this break. Just stay with us.
Nigeria, a land of boundless energy, driven by the pulse of over 200 million dreams. At the heart of this momentum stands a giant, Seplat Energy, an indigenous powerhouse accounting for a vital share of Nigeria's oil and gas output, propelled by the historic acquisition milestone with the acquisition of ExxonMobil's onshore and shallow water assets, significantly expanding its production capacity and marking its entry into offshore operations. We are the engine of prosperity, Nigeria's leading domestic gas supplier with a total gas production output of 2.7 billion cubic feet, and the landmark ANO gas project delivering first gas, we have elevated our total processed gas output to 855 million standard cubic feet per day onshore. Indeed, we have brought domestic gas utilization to new heights, powering industries and securing energy for millions. But we are not just growing production, we're growing responsibly. By ending routine flares, we are decarbonizing our operations today to protect the Nigeria of tomorrow. Our reach is expanding. From offshore gas distribution to the growth of CNG for transport and industry, we are deepening our presence across the entire value chain. Our impact reaches the grassroots. Through innovative mini-grid projects, we are bringing clean, reliable energy to local communities, fueling economic empowerment where it's needed most. We are more than an energy company. We are a partner in progress, a leader in the energy transition, a giant rooted in Nigeria for Nigeria. Seplat Energy, leading Nigeria's energy transition, powering the future.
At Providus Bank, we're committed to your growth and success. You're never alone on the journey. Our personalized relationship banking is how we do things together. It's what sets us apart. We value every individual and partnership and treat them as such. We're committed to helping you grow and celebrating your success. This is your life story, your future, your forward. This is all about you. Let's move you forward. Providus Bank.
Every legacy has a beginning. Ours evolved. Built on trust and carried forward as a second-generation family legacy, Bemio has grown into Nigeria's largest cash-in-transit provider, trusted where precision and reliability matter most. But we are more than movement. We deliver protection at every level, from professional guarding to journey management to concierge services. And through Bemio Polo, we reflect the identity, heritage, and standards we uphold. This is modern service. This is a legacy in motion. Bemio, your partner to safer living.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications. From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities. With millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria, Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
For 25 years, Business Day has delivered credible journalism, intelligent analysis, and decision-shaping insights to Nigeria and Africa's business community. Introducing Africa's first AI-integrated website, enhanced with powerful new capabilities. At the heart of the new platform is the AI-enabled chatbot, built to help you navigate stories faster, ask questions, get summaries, and access deeper context instantly. Text-to-speech functionality, allowing you to listen to articles on the go.
The Murtala Muhammad International Airport, Lagos, has recorded an 11.8% growth in air traffic.
Whether you're commuting, driving, or multitasking, Business Day now moves with you. And with our new language translation feature, our journalism becomes even more accessible. You can select your preferred language, thereby expanding reach across diverse audiences in Nigeria, Africa, and beyond. This innovation reinforces our commitment to being not just a news platform, but also a smart, accessible, and future-ready business intelligence hub. As we celebrate 25 years of impact, we step confidently into the future, powered by technology, driven by credibility, and focused on you. Visit the new Business Day website today and experience the future of news.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Pleasure of welcoming great supporters and friends from INMA. He's the president, and then of course L. Wilkinson, and then Dory is heading the work in Africa.
Honored that you're hosting us today. We look forward to a positive exchange of ideas and strategies to make our industry better. With me is Al Wilkinson. He's President and Executive Director of International News Media Association. All the way from Ghana. And we're happy to have him here. I'll let him tell you guys more about him and why he's here.
the idea about Business Day. No platform can take it. No AI can replicate it. No competitor can buy it. So here's a little advice. Defend it. Build it. Invest in it. Because folks, the decade ahead is going to belong to news organizations that are unmistakably themselves. They're not boring. They're not neutral. Who are you? Answer that question and you'll figure out the next one. Thanks a lot.
All right, welcome back to the Business Morning Live. Of course, you know, we'll be sparking conversation, then we're bringing it to your seats. Welcome to the social listening segment, where we bring you the stories, debates, and moments generating conversations across social media. I am Deborah Eze. And now let's get into what's making waves online. For the first conversation today, Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Olayemi Cardoso, has attributed the apparent scarcity of 100 naira and 200 naira notes to the increasing adoption of digital payment channels and the declining purchasing power of the lower denomination currency. Speaking on Tuesday after the Monetary Policy Committee meeting in Abuja, Cardoso dismissed concerns that the affected notes had been withdrawn from circulation, stressing that they remain legal tender and should continue to be accepted for transaction across the country. He said the CBN had not announced the withdrawal of any naira denomination and urged Nigerians not to reject the lower value notes. Now let's see some of the reactions on social media. The first reaction from New Folder, and it said, you can't explain cash scarcity with digital payment growth when half the country runs on physical cash. Walk through any market, ask the tomato seller if she takes transfer, ask the keke driver if he's gone cashless. They'll look at you like you've been in Abuja too long. And of course, another reaction from King Simba, and he said, they're trying to ramp down usage of cash so that at least 90% of all transactions are digital, so that they can monitor your money and tax you at every point. Another reaction from Blunder, and he said, the truth is 200 naira is not even scarce at all. In fact, it's the most common currency we have in Nigeria. The currency that's scarce in Nigeria currently is 5 naira, 10 naira, and 100 naira. Another reaction from Michael Jens, and he said, £1 is valuable money in the UK today. Cents is still valuable in America today. £100 and $100 is good money in the UK and America. But 1,000 naira is closer to uselessness than it is to getting a good loaf of bread. And finally from Zatters, and he said, they reduce the purchasing power of the people and increase the purchasing power of the politicians. I don't know. I really do not agree that 100 naira, yes, but 200 naira is not really, it's not scarce at all. It's not scarce at all, because really I agree with the first reaction that said, talk to the tomato seller, talk to, you know, the keke drivers. Yesterday on my way back from work, the driver wanted to get this snack that is sell in traffic. And I think he was going for 200 naira each. And he asked the seller if he collects transfer. He asked about 2, 3, 4 people if they actually like collect transfer so he can buy the snack on the road. And they all verbally said, no, we don't accept transfer. It's either you have cash or nothing. So I really don't agree with the CBN governor on this. But the reasons he gave, he actually said the scarcity is partly because, you know, more Nigerians are using digital payments, which I don't think it's true. In as much as now we are going digital with our payment, everyone, there are so many POS shops around. I think that's the only digital part. The fact that you don't have to go into the banks to queue anymore to get your money. You know that, oh, with a little token, you can get your own cash from the POS vendors cut across, the country. And we also said because reduced purchasing power also means that cash isn't circulating the way it used to be. That I would say it's fair enough, because for the average Nigerian, life is actually still happening in cash. Like I said, the bus conductor, if you want to imagine you're going from here to Costain. For those that go to Costain every day, imagine you're entering the bus and then you're telling conductor, I will do transfer. Conductor, what's your account number? Of course, the conductor is going to chase you out of the bus. You have to either enter with your 200 naira, or are we talking about the roadside food vendor? Most of them don't even collect cash. I mean, most of them don't collect transfer. It has to be physical money. Physical money. Imagine buying roasted corn and you're telling the woman, please, can I scan your QR code? She's going to look at you and like, is everything okay? Are you all right? So I wish I just not taking the fact that I understand the fact that Nigeria, we are going digital. I'll still complain to someone that at this age we're still looking for cash, when in other climes you can just with just a swipe of your phone you can get deducted whatever it is you want to deduct and buy whatever it is that you want to buy. In as much as we're thinking of going digital, I think that's what the CBN governor is actually trying to do here. It's very important that cash should be very much part of our everyday life. And until you're able to figure out how transactions are seamless, the small notes still save us. And I don't think it feels like nobody wants them or it's not in circulation. I very much believe that it is still in circulation. For the lower denomination, that's from 100 naira, 50 naira, I can actually agree with the governor, but the 200 naira note is forever gooted. All right, on the second conversation today, a video showing the decoration ceremony of the newly promoted Assistant Inspector General of Police, Issa Danladi Nda, has sparked widespread reaction on social media after his two wives jointly participated in the event. Issa Danladi Nda was recently promoted from Commissioner of Police in Abia State to the rank of Assistant Inspector General of Police, one of the highest positions in the Nigeria Police Force. In the ceremony, the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, presented the AIG insignia, after which Issa Danladi's two wives simultaneously collected the rank badges and decorated their husband, drawing applause from those in attendance. The heartwarming moments quickly gained traction online, with many social media users sharing diverse opinions. While some praised the apparent harmony within the family and described it as an example of peaceful polygamy, others expressed differing views on the practice. And that's the video right now showing on the screen. Of course, we're going to take a look at the reactions from Nigerians. Let's take a look at how Nigerians are reacting to that beautiful scene. Of course, the first one from Jabras, that certainly made the ceremony memorable. It's a reminder that public events can also reflect the diverse family and cultural traditions that exist in different places. Well, if we look at it that way, I must agree with you, Jabras. And of course, another one from MC Amebo. And he said, congratulations, sir, for having two wives that love each other and also having you as a husband and living in peace. All right. Another reaction from Imabaz, and he said, heartwarming family moments, but in many homes it's war inside. Respect to those who make it work peacefully. And another reactions, same hairstyle, same dresses, almost the same physique. Are you sure they are not twins? You know what? Trust the men to actually support polygamy. Trust men to support polygamy. And I can see Kayode and Modi at the back end nodding, and they're actually happy about this. Of course, it's polygamy, they will be happy. Now, this is a very funny one. I like this one so much. Away from the congratulations to Issa Danladi on the new position. It's really a good one considering his track record in Abia State. But let's talk about the elephant in the room, which is actually the two wives. It's funny how we are able to know that the two wives are living in peace because they simultaneously came outside to wear the tag for their husbands. I am not a fan of polygamy. I will never be a fan of polygamy. No matter how you want to sell it to me, I really don't believe that two people can actually love one person. It's not possible. It's either you love me and I love you, or we don't love each other. Of course, it looks really peaceful. It looks really peaceful. And they actually look like twins. To be honest, it takes a lot of effort for two women who are actually sharing one man to decide that they want to wear the same clothes, wear the same wig, and almost, look alike, just to celebrate the man behind their joy. It's really, really a beautiful scene to watch. But really, I don't see this as any way to actually promote polygamy, because at the end of the day, he was one that married the two wives. Who would start the peace in his family if not him? But like I said, congratulations to him, and we hope that this new phase in his career would actually bring peace and stability, especially stability in the police force. All right, for the final conversation today, the First Lady Oluremi Tinubu has said she will wear an Akwete wrapper if her husband Bola Tinubu wins a second term in office. She made a statement on Tuesday during a maiden visit to the Akwete Weaving Cooperative Village in Abia State, where she also announced a 2 billion naira donation to support the revitalization of the local weaving industry. She said, and I quote, "If God brings my husband in the second term, I'll be wearing a buba and wrapper made from Akwete. I'm going to be wearing that because it is very soft and a breathable cotton. I saw young people in their family doing the exact thing. So it is a craft transferred from generation to generation," she said. The video is going on now, and let's hear what she has to say for those who, haven't seen the video yet.
We shouldn't let our children forget that. And I love Ashoke. But the Ashoke is too heavy for my head nowadays. Some are so stiff and they bruise me. And for the quality, the texture of Akwete, and I will tell you, I told Her Excellency, I said, if God brings my husband in a second time, I'll be wearing a buba and wrapper made from Akwete. Yes, I'm going to be wearing.
How netizens are reacting to this story. And of course, the first reaction from Abu Umumu, and he said, Ma, instead of wearing Akwete, please encourage your husband to focus on serving the people and improving their lives. If he governs well and genuinely helps the masses, then inshallah, the people will re-elect him in the next election. And the second one from M. Cray, and he said, how she feels this statement can draw votes for her husband is the biggest mockery on the people. What a caricature statement. But it speaks more to how ruthless these people rate the Nigerian people. Festus Okenwa said, alternatively, Oluremi should be making her husband retirement plans, as the coming election would not be like the last election. If the masses had encountered dividends of democracy rather than the current pains and suffering, the hope of winning again would have been better. And finally, from Chenemi, and it said, so, because you want to promote the textile industry of a particular state, and in extension, the country's manufacturing industry, the whole country should be rigged to your husband, even when he isn't performing in the country's interest. This itself tells how unpatriotic you are. You will not wear Nigerian made until you are in the helm of affairs. This is gross. Well, as usual, we understand that every election season comes with political strategies, but I must say the First Lady, keeps raising the bar. We moved from frying akara and corn and now to wanting to wear the Akwete buba wrapper if her husband actually, makes it to the second term. I like to see the good in things. So on a lighter note, not that I entirely agree with what she said. That is not even a statement that's not even a campaign statement to make. But on a lighter note, it's actually nice to see traditional fabrics getting the spotlight. I've known about Akwete from the time that I was born, and it's really good that people are now getting to like see that, you know, Nigeria has some of the richest textile and cultural fashion in the world. And I must tell you that Akwete is actually one of them. So if a political conversation would get more people talking about the indigenous fabric, then that's not entirely the worst thing, you know. But it's actually very low. It's actually very low because she could have actually said a lot of things. Food prices will come down, electricity will be stable, even transportation wouldn't cost as much. It won't cost a ham and a leg, because at the end of the day, even though we want to talk about fashion, the economy decides how people would feel, you know, when the election season would come around, and not fashion. It's now Nigerians are not happy with the present administration, and you're trying to canvass for them to vote your husband in, you know, pitching these things that, you know, there'll be food, there'll be more electricity, more stable electricity, transportation will be better, security issues will be better. I think that's a better way to, you know, campaigning for your husband, and not talking about the Akwete material, textile material. Anyways, that's the wrap on the conversation making waves across social media in Nigeria today. Thank you for watching the social listening segment. Of course, until we come your way again tomorrow for the Friday edition of the Business Morning Live Show, I am Deborah Eze. Do have yourself a beautiful morning.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that BusinessDay Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that BusinessDay Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Pleasure of welcoming great supporters and friends from Inma. He's the president, and then of course L. Wilkinson, and then Dory is heading the work in Africa.
to a positive exchange of ideas and strategies to make our industry better. With me is Al Wilkinson. He's President and Executive Director of International News Media Association. All right, guys. And we're happy to have him here. I'll let him tell you guys more about him and why he's here.
I would leave you with the idea about Business Day. No platform can take it. No AI can replicate it. No competitor can buy it. So here's a little advice. Defend it. Build it. Invest in it. Because folks, the decade ahead is going to belong to news organizations that are unmistakably themselves. They're not boring. They're not neutral. Who are you? Answer that question and you'll figure out the next one. Thanks a lot.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications. From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
This is still the Business Day CEO Forum, the 14th annual edition, and I'm still speaking to the CEOs, business leaders in the room, and it's been a very insightful conversation so far. Right now, I have the partner tax at KPMG, Mr. Dayo Adeniji. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
I'm going to start by asking what some of the key insights and takeaways you've gotten from this event. I mean, you've been here for the entire day, so just share with me some of the things that we must learn.
Well, some of the key insights for me have been around ensuring that we have shared prosperity. There needs to be growth. We have to grow. There are a lot of reforms that, we've been going through a lot of reforms in the country, and those reforms are with a view to ensuring that we have a bigger economy, which will then ensure that we have shared prosperity. But that cannot happen unless we're a productive economy. For us to have a productive economy, a lot of things must happen, and those are some of the things that we've been discussing around things around logistics, energy issue. There was a session on energy. The session that I also moderated, there was talks around energy and some of the issues with infrastructure. So for me, it's that the goals that have been set out to be achieved can be achieved, but a lot needs to happen.
My final question, because we have to, hit the home run. My final question will be: if you were to come back here in 2027, what's one thing that you hope would have changed, in the 12 months?
Well, for me, I hope that we would have more stable energy. For a lot of companies that are involved in manufacturing and production, energy is one of the main issue that they face. In fact, the MD of NASCON did mention that the cost of energy takes a huge chunk of their cost of production. So if there's a way, hopefully, if that can be moderated or if that can be managed, I think that would be huge. I think the other thing also is around the currency. I know there's a lot of stability with currency, but if the currency achieves a bit more value, perhaps some of the things that we import, which enables us to produce, will be a bit cheaper. So I think for me, those are the two main things that I would look out for.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
This is the 14th annual edition of the Business Day CEO Forum, a forum for CEOs, leaders, policymakers, key stakeholders across Nigeria's economy. And today's theme is really from stability to shared prosperity. Today is such a beautiful day with all of the CEOs and the policymakers and the government officials we have right here in the hall. But today I'm here right now with the CEO of KPMG One Africa, Mr. Tola Adeyemi. Thank you so much for coming to our booth and stopping by.
Thank you, Elizabeth. It's a pleasure to be here.
Absolutely. So let me start by speaking to the theme. I mean, you already delivered such a beautiful presentation upstate, but let's talk about the theme for this year's event, which is from stability to shared prosperity. I want to hear your perspective of, some of the indicators that says, really that we're moving to shared prosperity, because, when you look at the macroeconomic conditions, some of the things around you, it's hard to, to actually agree. So I want to hear your perspective.
Well, first of all, let me say congratulations to this day for organizing this event.
Business Day.
Business Day for organizing this event, and also for the choice of topic, because I think it's very timely. We've gone through a suite of reforms in Nigeria, which were aimed at stabilizing the economy. But the other important aspect of that is making sure that the prosperity that comes from GDP growth, that permeates throughout the economy and everybody feels the impact. So we know intuitively that people complain about the rising cost of living and such other things. But we thought that it's important to bring to this conversation around shared prosperity. Let's bring some data into the conversation. Let's have a scorecard that can be used to measure shared prosperity. And so what we've done is to come up with such a scorecard, including various indices that relate to how inclusive the growth is. It relates to people's well-being and standard of well-being. So for instance, some of the indices we look at are the rate of GDP growth in itself. We look at indices such as GDP per capita, which is to understand the trend in that. We look at the number of school children of school age that are out of school, because that's another indicator as well. We look at indicators such as share access to electricity as another indicator, and then the number of people that are operating in what we refer to as multidimensional poverty. So we believe that tracking these indices over a period of time will certainly provide an indication as to how well the economy is doing in delivering shared prosperity. We also think it's important for government to articulate its targets in relation to those indices, and to make those targets public, as well as the periodic measurement of those indices, because I think accountability is pretty important in helping to deliver shared prosperity. So these are all the things that I spoke about.
So some of the
earlier.
indicators that
Yeah.
you'd mentioned.
Yeah.
But I'm also curious to know, do you believe that we are entering into a new phase of economic prosperity or economic opportunity? Do you believe? If you believe, why? If you don't believe, why not?
Well, I think you must remember where we're coming from, and I say if you look in the rear view mirror, you'll see in our past as a country, we're coming from a situation where we were in pretty dire straits, is the way I would put it. Remember, we had multiple exchange rates.
Right.
We had an unsustainable fuel subsidy. We had our indices at all-time lows. There was the whole issue of the level of government borrowing that existed as well. With the reforms that have been put in place, we're seeing a number of key macroeconomic indices now stabilizing. So things like the exchange rate is now stable. Inflation is trending downwards. GDP is growing. So we've moved from what I would say was an almost disaster situation to a situation of stability. Now what we need to achieve is making sure that while maintaining stability, we're delivering shared prosperity. So in a way, you could think about this in phases and say we've gone from being where our indices were moving erratically and chaotically to where they're stable, and now the focus has got to be delivering on that prosperity. So I think where we are now is at this stage where the conversation has got to be more and more about how you deliver shared prosperity. So yes, I think there's been an evolution, but there's still a journey to go.
Absolutely.
Yes.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
Now, as a CEO, are there some lessons that some lessons, perhaps top lessons that you've learned within the economic climate that we are right now?
Oh, absolutely. I think all businesses have learned that you've got to be resilient to operate in an economy such as ours. Resilience demands agility, continuously rethinking your strategy and monitoring what's going on in the external environment and making sure you're responding to that very, very quickly. It also involves looking at key data and forecasting where things are likely to go. But I think some of the biggest lessons for me have been the fact that as businesses, as a CEO, we've got to be always thinking long term, because we're in Nigeria, and as I believe most businesses are in Nigeria for the long term. And when you're in for the long term, you've got to be investing for the long term. I think all businesses have a responsibility to invest in the development of talent, the development of skills that not just which that business needs, but which Nigeria as a whole needs to foster its development. That's how businesses take part as well alongside government in creating the future for our country. It's investing in skills, investing in their businesses to create wealth for the shareholders and employees. These all come together. And I think, these are all important lessons and important things that businesses need to do as we move forward.
And speaking of these things that businesses need to do, it brings me to my next question. What separates, the companies that thrive from the ones that struggle during periods of change?
I would say it's foresight, one, that ability to look into the future. It's about execution and response time. The businesses that thrive are businesses that are agile and that have the capacity to respond quickly to changes in the environment. The businesses that thrive are the businesses that have the ability to execute on the plans that they develop. Because as you all know, it's one thing to develop a plan. It's quite another thing to ensure that you're executing on it and monitoring the execution of those. The other thing that differentiates businesses is the quality of people that are within those businesses. And how do you get quality people? It's by making sure that you're running a company that has the right set of values and in which you create the right environment in which employees want to work there and want to put in their best. So these are some of the things that distinguish the winners from those who do not win.
Yes, I like that you take on the losers. But now let's also talk about technology. Would you say that technology is creating a level playing field for businesses, or would you say it's created a wider gap?
I think it's definitely a differentiator amongst businesses. There are areas in which it has helped to bridge the gap between businesses because it has allowed startup businesses, for instance, to leapfrog several stages of development and catch up with more established businesses. So to that extent, it has certainly helped to accelerate growth and bridge the gap. But I think as we look into the future, it's going to become more of a differentiator as well, and that the businesses that will thrive are those that really focus on using technology, and in particular artificial intelligence, in ways that are customer focused. Because I think when you deploy your technology and your artificial intelligence on things that matter to your customers, then you really start to widen the gap between yourselves and the others. So the way I see it is that all businesses right now are in this play to say, how do we compete based on the quality and efficiency of our technology? And as in all areas, I think we will see some winners will emerge, those who understand it and who are able to deploy it in the most effective manner, and then others who will struggle in terms of how they deploy it. The message is that Nigeria is on an upward trajectory. Business confidence is improving. We've seen the credit ratings also trending in the right direction from the international credit agencies. We've seen a lot of reforms that are happening in the business environment. And, one thing that I hear consistently from our clients is that the government is listening, is the way I would put it. There's confidence in that aspect, that the government wants to do the right things, and the government creates an opportunity for business to interact with government, and they listen and they act. So the message to everyone is that Nigeria is on the up, and there are huge opportunities within this economy, and we all just need to engage, and we'll move the country forward.
So if we were sitting here at the next CEO forum, that's 2027 CEO forum,
Right,
and I'm sitting next to Mr. Tola Adeyemi, what would you hope has changed?
I would hope that we'll be able to say, Elizabeth, that you know what, a year ago, look at where Nigeria was in terms of all the indices that we spoke about for shared prosperity, and look at where we are now. And I would hope that we would be seeing progress in all those indices. That would give a great deal of satisfaction, because we would then know that indeed we're delivering, as a country on this shared prosperity objective that's so important. So I look forward to the 2027 edition, and I look forward to discussing the progress in the indices.
I mean, on a better level. But thank you very much for spending your time with us today at the Business Day CEO Forum, and also this insightful conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a real pleasure.
We're still here at the Business Day CEO Forum, the 14th edition, and I'm still speaking to our leaders here in the hall, and I'm speaking now with the DG CEO of the Miriam Babangida National Center for Women Development, Dr. Adedayo Benjamin Lani. It's good to have you seated here with us today.
Great to be here.
Thank you so much for honoring our invite. So let's talk about the theme for this year's event, which is From Stability to Shared Prosperity. I'm very curious to know what shared prosperity, or moving from stability to shared prosperity, what it means for you.
It's the assignment in terms of the Women O'Clock reference of the Honorable Minister Iman Suleiman Ibrahim FSI, that it is now time for that socio-economic TikTok representation of women in the pipeline and intersection of repurposing gross domestic product from just being an economic index to be a community impact index through the development that investing in women and a woman bring to community. We have 774 communities. That is 774 local government areas with our mothers, our Iyalakaras, the Kosei sellers, the entire informal economy, which during the KPMG presentation clearly indicated that 80.7% is women of that GDP. And that labor market, as well as the reference gender index, is not about a women's agenda. It is about shared prosperity. For me, the excitement as the DG CEO for the Miriam Babangida National Center for Women's and National Development is about centering women at the center, women at the pivot of national development, not just as recipients of grants, beneficiaries of some palliatives, but as leaders redirecting the focus as well as the very strategically designed impact of prosperity from the place of stability, like we heard the Honorable Minister say, in terms of repurposing the workforce to those of employable reference and representation, the greater number being women, and the adolescent girl child scaling through their foremost graduating positions these days in Nigerian universities. A lot of the top performing graduates are girls. And we're finding that this, however, does bring us to a place where we have to redirect our investment in the boy child. So it's not just about the girl child. I'm just saying that because even as the CEO for women, I'm a CEO for raising a generation as a woman who's mothering nations through the pipeline of her political activation and appointeeship. So for me, it's a whole vista of opportunity. From stability to shared prosperity is actually economic language. But the truth of the matter, what it is the fact that that shared prosperity is 774 communities. I served as the pioneer mandate secretary for women, that's Honorable Commissioner for Women Affairs of the Federal Capital Territory for 2 years and 6 months. It was from that position that I was promoted and elevated to this position as a DG. And what that gave me was access to a profiling of how communities are the pivot of economies. And through women, you have the pipeline for development. Again, I say, a women's agenda is not about gender. It is about development. It is about leadership. It is about policy governance, implementation, operationalization. It's not just about, stop gender-based violence, but much more than that. When you understand that period poverty is poverty, when you understand that water and sanitation health, poverty is poverty, and that the most implicated in this is always the woman, the girl child, the person with these vulnerable communities. Communities are vulnerable because women have not been empowered and given that equitable status of economic representation and training. I always say, if you don't train them, don't blame them. So it's much more than being a member of an adagio where at the traditional cultural baseline community, women gather money together and use it over an annual reference of their being in the cluster. It's more about financial training, literacy training, those monetary principles in basics that teach you how to make money, earn money, save money, invest money, and then have money built up as legacy, invested as legacy, not just for you and your family, your children, but for community. So that way, the shared prosperity is legacy. It's shared legacy. So from being, if you become the mother of Africa, where did you start from? You were a baby girl. You were a girl child. You've come through different experiences. And I say, every woman in Africa understands she's got to package her market and market her package if she's really going to catch the market. So the reality, therefore, for me and the excitement of this conference as a CEO, just as we're challenged by the Honorable Minister of Finance, is we are co-authors, co-creators, co-laborers, co-lab techs in the collaboration of creating this whole new nation of shared prosperity.
Right. And there's something you said which stuck out to me. Is you said we're not just talking about shared prosperity, but also shared legacy. If there is something you'd say, if you could remove a barrier hindering women right now to reach, this shared prosperity we're talking about, what's that barrier that you'll be?
It's mental. The greatest barrier of every woman is her mindset. It's the orientation towards money, but not just towards money, it's towards herself. And how do I know this so well? It's been my experience. It's my experiential barrier that I had to break through. I mean, I was raised in a family in the first place that our parents would tell us that in this family, we don't make money. We have good name. We don't have money. So I grew up with this as a child. And then one day something me said, no way, I don't just want a good name. I want to make money. Now, it may seem like an ordinary statement. That to me, other women have other things they've been told. You're not good enough. You're not pretty enough. You're not connected enough. Oh, you've got to have so many followers before you can have that much business. There's so many. We listen to all the reasons why you cannot break through. When all you need is the mindset, one thought that one day tells you, you know what? I am good enough. Or I may not be good enough yet, but I'm good enough for now. So you begin where you're at. You learn to package your market. For me, the greatest barrier is not the fact that, we have a patriarchy, we have glass ceilings, we don't have the seats at the National Assembly. Girl, I got my seat where I am, and I set up a table And let me put it like this. He said, he sets the table before you in the presence of your enemies. He anoints your
What do
head
we
with
say,
oil.
clocking?
I'm getting prophetic because honestly, really, women, whoever we are, by tribe, by religion, by faith, by political, partisan, whatever representation, if we can just get it, we will truly clock it. Women, the only barrier that we have is our mindset. Once we get it, we'll move as one. You get over the fact that women don't support women. Because you become the one woman you know who will support a woman you do not know. Did you hear me? Support a woman you do not know. Go find that woman in your community, in your school, in your office, who's at your gate. Like I say, I'm the Omalakara of the year Lakara who started the whole Akara conversation. Why? Because I gave a report of the assignment I was given by Her Excellency the First Lady. I did a whole event saying, Your Excellency, ma, you gave me the privilege of serving as the coordinator of the Renewed Hope Initiative in the Federal Capital Territory, while at the same time I served as the Pioneer Mandate Secretary Honorable Commissioner for 2 years and 6 months. While I did that, this money you gave me and investments for health, for traders, for farmers, for persons with disabilities, for elders, for communities. I took it to the people. Today, I am bringing back a report of 27,346 or whatever numbers of women who actually benefited from this, one of whom is this Mariam Akara girl who, and the next thing it became this blow up. But the reality is this, when you do what you do, and you can prove it, you can show it, then truly you have shared prosperity.
Fantastic. Thank you so much,
Thank
Dr. Dedayo Benjamin Slani. Thank you for stopping by.
And I'm so grateful. Congratulations to all of you too.
Thank you so much.
And thank you for encouraging me too.
Thank you.
I've walked the walk so you can all run.
Absolutely.
And now I'm telling all of you,
You're
I
running
am
now.
running, so everybody fly.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Right, this is still the Business Day CEO Forum here at Eco Hotel and Suite. I'm still speaking to our CEOs, business leaders, and key stakeholders across the business landscape. And I'm here with the MD and the CEO of Energia, Mr. Oladimeji Basharam. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr.
Thank you also
Basharam.
for having me here.
Talk to me about your key takeaway. You just finished a panel right now. Talk to me about some of the proceedings from that panel.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I really want to say thank you to Business Day, 14 years of doing this, of actually having us to dialogue, bringing both the private, the government, and everybody in to have a conversation. My first takeaway is that we all have a responsibility as Nigerians, whether as CEO or even as a citizen, to make sure that we invest and we are part of this country. That's the first one. The second thing is also, it's not just government alone. I see it on a company that our annual revenue is in billions of naira. So I need to ensure that at not just delivering profit to the shareholders, that I also deliver value to Nigerians. We provide energy, and so we will comply and ensure that energy is provided. So I picked that up. The third one is also that we have an infrastructure deficit, and it will take all of us to invest into that. So it is going back now to look at our strategy and say, where do we fit into this stream as part of my takeaway from this forum.
Fantastic. And when we talk about where we fit into this stream, let's talk about the theme for today's event, which is from stability to shared prosperity. Now, what will shared prosperity look like for you from the lens of an energy lens? What would that look like?
Yeah, thank you. Very excellent question. So what does it mean for me? It means that we run a company that is first able to provide energy to drive growth to for this nation. That we ensure that our energy is affordable, is available, and is accessible. That's the first thing, to make sure that we help businesses, the SMEs, the 90%, to be able to scale up, and they'll need energy. So that's the first one, so that they are also part of the shared prosperity. The second one is that individual Nigerians will provide employment, but not just employment, we provide intellectual capacity and growth for them, so that they also prosper intellectually, so it becomes shared. It's not just the company. We invest in development of people. So we move away from just having a typical engineer, but we provide a resource to the nation that somebody would be able to benefit. The third one is also to provide governance prosperity, that we have a group of leaders that can run the business even beyond us, and that's what we're investing into, to make sure that it's shared prosperity.
Nice. If you're to look right now from between now 2027 and then 10 years from now, what's a signal or trend or shift in your sector today that you would say that every business leader should be paying attention to, and why?
Yeah, the first one is technology. The AI is taking over the world. We cannot pretend that we are not going to be impacted. So we need to start investing in the technology. We need to also follow the trend in terms of the governance of AI, the technology that is. The second thing also now is that Nigerians are being entrusted with running the company. 60% of the oil and gas sector, the production of today is provided by Nigerian oil companies. So we need to keep the trend up. When the majors, when the international oil companies leave, Nigerians should be able to take it over and run it successfully. So that's the second trend. We need to keep up the trend. The third one also is that we are competing with the fintechs for resources. So we need to be attractive for people to come in. We need to go to the universities, ensure that we have enough invest in development at the university level, partner with universities for researches, because we are competing with fintech for resources. They are very lucrative, and so that's a trend that we see that we must do something about so that we are not out of business.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oladimeji Basharu, for stopping by at our booth today, and also just the insightful conversation, brief and very, very impactful. Thank you very much.
And thank you also for having me. I really enjoyed the section today. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, this is still the Business Day CEO Forum, the 14th edition, and it's still a very epic moment here at Eco Hotel and Suite, speaking with CEOs, key stakeholders, and business leaders. And now I'm speaking with the CEO of Aga Khan University Hospital, is Mr. Koram Jamal. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
I want to start by asking you about some of the key takeaways that you've gotten from this event. I mean, you've been here for a while now, and then you had a presentation. Talk to me about what you think about this year's theme, which is from stability to shared prosperity, and also some of the key takeaways that you might have gotten from some of the sessions which we had here.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. Thank you for Business Day for inviting the Aga Khan University Hospital to participate in this very fruitful CEOs forum. A lot of interesting talks and topics have been talked about this today, including energy, finance, banking, issues and challenges that are facing the Nigerian business sector, and what the business community, the government, along with the private sector are planning to do to come together and take the agenda forward. So it has been very interesting. Ours was really to do with the healthcare sector, and what we as an Aga Khan University Hospital, which is a private not-for-profit teaching tertiary hospital, is planning to do in terms of trying to keep the African patients not going abroad outside of the continent, but they can acquire quality healthcare within Africa.
Mm-hmm. And then when you speak about quality healthcare within Nigeria, I think Africa is really important, because every year we see billions of dollars leaving Africa out of the African continent, for medical treatment abroad. And we see also that many of our best healthcare professionals, I'll speak also from the standpoint of being a Nigerian, many of our best healthcare professionals are leaving the country. And I know this also is happening in other African countries. How do we reverse this brain drain that is going on?
Yes, so I spoke about a few things. One is regularly building talent. That's number one. Number two is ensuring that we pay what is right to our physicians. Number three, what is also very important is if we do not provide the right practicing environment for physicians, then they have no other choice but to leave the countries where they're coming from. So for a cardiologist who has spent 12, 13, 14 years training to become a specialist, if he does not have the right environment in which to practice medicine, whether it's to do with outpatient consulting clinic work, or whether it's to do with the cath lab, diagnostic and interventional procedures, or whether it's to do with the recovery that takes place for these patients in the coronary care unit. If those facilities do not exist, then those cardiologists will simply not stay. So those are the challenges that we're currently facing, and that is what we as the private sector and as the government need to come together to ensure that we provide the right environment for our physicians to practice quality medicine.
Right. And I like when you said practicing quality medicine. That also brings me to the issue of trust, because trust happens to be a very recurring theme, especially in the healthcare sector. How do we get to the point where we begin to trust, the healthcare sector, to begin to trust, to make use of, healthcare within the continent?
Right. So another very important factor. Remember, the patients normally just see the physicians, but behind the physicians, you have other different clinical care providers, which includes nurses and allied health professionals. So they work cohesively as a team in providing that quality care to the patients. We at the Aga Khan University Hospital, we were the very first institution in sub-Saharan Africa to accredit ourselves with Joint Commission International. Now, this is an international gold standard quality accreditation for healthcare institutions, where you have more than 200 standards and over 1,200 measurable elements that you are regularly surveyed on, which assesses how good you are when it comes to delivery of quality care to patients. Besides this, we are also College of American Pathologists accredited laboratory. We also have 2 centers of excellence in stroke and heart attacks, which is a CCPC program from Joint Commission International, and the list goes on. So this is our way of showing to the patient that not only do we have the brightest minds in the institution, not only do we have the fantastic infrastructure and equipment, but we also have external quality accreditations with us that demonstrate our commitment to providing quality care.
Right. And you speak a lot about, collaboration within African healthcare. I know you had partnerships also with Kenyan Airways. What does it take to truly create a healthcare system which is, co-creating, collaborating? What does that look like?
So we have tried to, at least in our most recent partnership that we've now done with Kenya Airways, what that means is for the patients that are here in Nigeria, they can have access to quick airline tickets. They can have access to subsidized and discounted airfares. They can even have access to preferred seating arrangement within the aircrafts. They will also have access to stretchers and oxygen cylinders. And once those patients actually land in Nairobi, then our team from the Nairobi side will ensure that the patients are properly picked up from the airport through an ambulance, brought to the hospital immediately, so that continuity of care continues. Those patients may also even come with their own relatives and loved ones. So we have made arrangements for those loved ones to stay nearby the hospital. So we've created possibilities for accommodation. And after the care is done and those patients return back to their home country in Nigeria, the care doesn't stop. Our physicians in Nairobi will continue to stay in touch with the primary physicians here in Nigeria through teleconsultations and virtual care, so that we ensure that the care does not stop. So that is a type of a collaboration, and this is just one example that I'm giving you, where how we're trying to make an impact or a positive impact in the lives of Nigerians.
My final question for you, because I know you have to run, will be what you see shared prosperity in healthcare looking like in the next 10 years.
So we need to come together. I think the integrated health systems is the way to go. Once we come together is when the shared prosperity really materializes. And I'll give you an example of the Aga Khan Health Services, which is working towards creating an integrated health solution between Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, all 3 of them being in East African nations, where all the 3 or 4 different hospitals that exist as part of the Integrated Health Network, and a network of nearly 100 medical centers come together, work together as an hub and spoke model, share the best practices, share technology, share cross-border and cross-functional trainings. These are the types of prosperity and shared practices that we're looking towards.
Right. Thank you very much
You're welcome.
for spending your time with us and stopping by at our booth today, Mr. Kurum. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
All right, Ibilola Ashcroft, MD, Parthian Capitals. Really good to have a sit down with you this afternoon. All right, I understand that Parthian works closely with business growth, right? So, what qualities do you believe would make a Nigerian market investment ready? Because at the end of the day, if you're not investment ready, nobody would want to invest in you. So what qualities should these businesses have for them to, say, oh, I'm ready to get invested?
Okay. So generally, we are in, I guess, in a phase where we do have a lot of founders and we have a lot of businesses that are really springing up, and we've had conversations today that have spoken about capital and the availability of capital, and that is true. There really is capital that is available. I think what we've seen that has changed has been that for the recent past, it's been more of what we would tag as easy capital. So you could easily access capital, not too rigorous as the case may be, but we've seen a shift now. We had, I think, the MD of EcoBank talking about the fact that there were no bankable projects or something around that side. But what I would say is that we've gotten to the era where I think capital is a bit more discerning, meaning that it's very specific about where it's going to and what value it's looking at in terms of where this capital is allocated. And I think that's really what's driving the allocation of capital nowadays. So I mean, a few things that are important for investors, because this is their money after all, and they are seeking risk-adjusted returns and looking to promote sustainable businesses. And I think one key thing will probably be corporate governance. So investors want to be sure that the business that they're putting their money in, is transparent, is well managed. As I said, the goal of giving the intention behind allocating capital is ultimately for the return. So you want to make sure that the business is well managed, has a resilient business, decision-making business model behind it. Another would be financial discipline. You want to make sure that the business is one that has accurate records, robust reporting. Investors want to be sure that the A that you have mentioned is the A and the B is the B, and that's really what drives them to be able to allocate more capital, I guess, to this sort of businesses. Something else would be scalability. Markets, what's the word I'll use there? Market receptivity. I don't know if that's a word, but something along those lines. Yes. So investors are very keen. I believe that capital flows still remains very attractive to businesses that are making an impact, essentially solving real problems. So those are things that I believe investors are looking for when you're looking for areas in which or businesses in which to put money in. I think maybe something else that is also in line with it is also who the founders are really. Investors want to know that these founders are adaptable, they are flexible, they are willing to change as market conditions evolve. You have to have that flexibility. Ultimately, investors want to make sure that their capital works and generates returns, and I believe these are some of the things that they will be looking for in terms of making decisions as to where their capital goes.
Mm-hmm. So from what you said, getting capital is actually more selective now.
Oh yes,
and also founders are actually finding fundraising very difficult. Now, what's biggest investment opportunities do you see in Nigeria in the next, let's say, 3 to 5 years?
So I take that as meaning like sectors. What sectors we think that are going to be? So I think maybe two sectors, really stick out to me, just on the basis of what we do and the businesses that we speak with. One would be the agric and agro-allied industry. Yes, as we're very much aware, food is a basic necessity. It's very needed. The market is also quite inelastic, meaning there is always demand. Some of the things that we see as the well, I mean, there are bottlenecks on one side, but they are also what determines what can happen. So obviously our teeming population, everybody has got to eat. Yes. So when I look at that, beyond even the food supply, which is just one aspect of it in terms of actual food production, there's also food processing. There is also the logistics bit of it. There is also the export ready businesses. So within that, value chain are business opportunities that capital can actually be channeled to, and that can make significant impact in terms of the economy of Nigeria currently. I think another will be energy. I mean,
sorry, I was thinking where you're going to mention energy.
I don't know. Energy is huge, huge as well, and investors or people will be looking at, or investors will be looking at, solutions from areas like distributed power to renewable energy. I believe everybody has solar now, and it's such a huge market, and with good reason to say. So renewable energy, and essentially solutions. People are looking for solutions that can help reduce energy cost and push reliability. So in as long as we have businesses that are creating solutions that fit any of these buckets or these areas essentially, and we can find the capital to back that up, then I believe that those are key sectors, that can really push Nigeria forward in the short to mid-term, I would say.
Yeah, very well. Let's talk about the CEO Forum.
Sorry, I didn't hear
the
that.
CEO Forum.
Okay.
This is the 14th edition, if you're aware. Let's look at the theme from stability to shared prosperity. What do you think about that?
So I think my company actually had an event, I think it was last year, and shared prosperity is no longer new, to be honest. I think it's really become a mantra that everyone is keen into, and we need to start thinking beyond what is good for me alone or what works for me alone. At Parthian, we're very much at the center of that in terms of the businesses that we do, and as well as even the areas that we are trying to push. We are doing a lot in terms of getting into trade financing, and that's because we are trying to open up opportunities to a lot of businesses. I mean, everything is about making sure that there is an avenue for all to prosper and for all to benefit. And so from being capital allocators on our end with some of our businesses to being capital seekers, or to helping capital seekers on the other end of the spectrum, Parthian is smack at the middle of that. Be it being an individual, be you be a business, an institution, we are there to support you in terms of your financial goals, financial aspirations, and also in terms of the access to capital. Quite spot on in terms of what the conversation is about. In terms of funding, finding capital, seeking capital to be able to build those solutions and provide those lasting solutions to some of the problems that Nigeria is currently experiencing as a nation. We're smack there, and we are open to business, and we do hope that as people listen to this, they do reach out to us, because we are willing and ready to help them move their businesses to the next level.
I like that. Thank you very much, Ibilola Ashcroft, MD, Parthian Capital. So it's really good to have you sit down.
Thank you for having me as well.
This is still the Business Day CEO Forum, the 14th annual edition, and I'm still speaking to our CEOs, business leaders right here at the booth. I'm speaking right now with the CEO of the African Medical Center of Excellence, Abuja, Mr. Brian Diva. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you for having me.
I'm going to start by asking you, what are some of the takeaways you've gotten from this event? I mean, it's been about 6 hours now of different sessions. I believe that you would have some some things you're taking back home. So what are some of those things you might want to share with our audience?
Well, obviously being in healthcare, that's going to be an area that I'll take particular interest in and gravitate to. I really enjoyed hearing the comments from Aga Khan and some of the things that they're doing, the progress that they've made, the technology that they have implemented. When we opened the African Medical Center of Excellence, we were fortunate to have attracted some of the staff from Aga Khan. And so they're very accomplished, very skilled, and we're very grateful to have them. So a number of points that were made in his presentation, particularly around medical tourism and some of the things that we can do to not only reduce it, but to reverse it, the outbound medical tourism. Additionally, and of course, I think the highlight of the day, the comments made by the governor of the central bank, and the incredible things that have been done there to shore up Nigeria's economic situation and to stabilize the currency and ultimately build confidence around the globe in what's happening in Nigeria.
Right. Let's talk about healthcare. AMC has happened to, treat more than 5,000 patients across 20 African countries. What does this tell you about the gap that we have in healthcare in Africa?
Yeah, and let me just clarify, while the commissioning occurred a little over a year ago, we've only had our full license for about 7 months. And so the bulk of those 5,000 patients have come in about a little over half a year. I think what that points to is the fact that there is a pent-up need and a recognition of the need for specialized care that has not been able to be found either in Nigeria or even in West Africa in some cases. Before the AMCE was developed, a study was commissioned to determine what the gaps were. And that's really what guided us in determining what we would be doing at the AMCE. And so we have been fortunate for the last 3 years, while the hospital was being built, to go out and meet with the administrative teams of both government and private hospitals and develop good working relationships of trust with them to encourage collaboration. And so we have been fortunate that those referring hospitals have had confidence in us to send patients to us. And again, that acknowledges that we are in fact addressing some of the gaps that were there.
Right. Now, let's talk about the theme for this year's event, which is from stability to shared prosperity. When you think of stability to shared prosperity, right, for Africa, what does that mean for you? I mean, not just from an African perspective, but also from a Western perspective looking in. What would you say is shared prosperity?
Right. Well, I think taking the comments from the governor of the central bank, his is a perfect example of the theme of the forum, and that is stabilizing the economy, stabilizing the currency. And we can see that has significantly slowed down the growth of prices on everyday items, food, fuel, and that sort of thing. Now, there have been some other inputs to go into that. Our good friend Dangote has opened a large refinery with the help of Afrexim Bank,
yes.
And that too has lowered or stopped the rise of fuel prices. But once the stability occurs, then we're able to more confidently grow small businesses and medium-sized businesses, which increases employment and makes opportunities available for more Nigerians. And that's really what this is about. We need to lower unemployment. We need to provide more jobs and more opportunities to grow those small businesses.
Now, my final question for you will be navigating the economic climate, right? You heard from the governor of the central bank. He has talked about a lot of indicators that shows that our economy has stabilized. I don't know if you agree with that, but has it been navigating the economic climate as a CEO?
Yeah, so first off, I completely agree with the comments that he's made today and with the achievements that he's had. I've watched it. So I came when President Buhari was still in office. I saw the exchange rate go from, well, the official rate of 460 naira per dollar to about 1,800 naira per dollar. So I've seen what the governor was attempting to tackle. And as the various initiatives were put in place, many of them were painful. And I watched the pain occur across the country, but they were absolutely necessary. And so when he talks about when the hard things need to be done, you can't be a nice guy.
Yes,
You know, I understand what he means. I think you could still be a nice guy and do the hard stuff, but you know, I as a CEO, obviously we had to put mechanisms in place to monitor our own prices. So, you know, as we perform very specialized cases in the hospital, whether it's heart surgery, replacement of heart valves, chemotherapy, the drugs are extremely expensive. We've had to keep a close eye on those costs so that we can keep the costs down for the patient. We've been able to do that. Part of that is in the selection of our suppliers, truly partnering with them as opposed to more of just a loose marketplace. And then the other thing too is monthly evaluating our prices to see how they need to be adjusted up or down to reflect the exchange rates. You know. So all of that, it affects everybody. And what we're hoping is now that the currency is stabilized, that we'll be able to attract more manufacturers back to Nigeria, particularly in the healthcare space.
My final question will be, if you were to come back here in 2027, what would you hope has changed in Nigeria?
Wow, that's a great question. You know, I'm so focused on what we are trying to accomplish at the African Medical Center of Excellence. There's a lot that's going to happen there in the next 12 months. But I think the things that we accomplish there are somewhat of a microcosm of the larger environment. So we expect to begin expansion of the hospital from 170 beds to 500 beds. We will have really all of our specialty areas functioning. We have what's called a cyclotron there on our campus, which produces nuclear material for diagnostic and treatment. And the cyclotron we put in has enough energy to not only supply us, but 4 or 5 other hospitals. I'd love to see 4 or 5 other hospitals with PET scanners who can use the isotopes that we're creating. I'd love to see the naira strengthen against the dollar. I think that President Trump is trying to assist with that. He's lowering or devaluing the dollar in an attempt to encourage exports. And so would love to see the naira strengthen against the dollar and improve the purchasing power of Nigerians. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Mr. Brian Diva. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Oh, my pleasure. Anytime.
This is still the Business Day CEO from the 14th annual edition, and I've got a very lovely woman by my side this afternoon. Can you introduce yourself to us?
Absolutely. I'm Aderemi Saka. I'm the MD CEO of Nascon Allied Industries PLC, also known as Dangote Salt.
Fantastic. I'm going to start by asking you a simple question, really. Nascon Allied Industries relies almost entirely on imports, for its core raw materials, bringing in roughly $22 million to $24 million worth of goods annually. Now, tell me, how has this crisis in the Middle East, which has virtually halted, shipping fundamentally, has it shifted your organization's long-term approach to maritime risk management?
For us, it hasn't really impacted in terms of our imports, but the cost of importation has gone up. Our freight charges used to run between $21 and $25, and now we're seeing freight anywhere from $31 to $40. So that definitely has a significant impact on our cost. But what we are doing as a business is to also look at ways in which we can trim down on other costs. And so we've really looked at cost saving initiatives across the board to be able to cushion that weight, because you definitely don't want to pass that on to your consumers.
Right. So we see manufacturers they are increasingly turning to backward integration to reduce their dependence on imported raw materials. So how has this strategy helped your company?
In terms of backward integration of salt, that is very difficult because based on research, salt you're not able to cultivate and to manufacture salt at the large scale within the country. But we're looking at all our other resources to see how we can really rely on local manufacturers. That is across the board in terms of our packaging material, in terms of other additives that we have to not just our salt, but also our seasoning. We're definitely relying more on local manufacturers to support those endeavors.
Now, you talked about something right there on the stage. You mentioned that energy costs amounts to up to 40% of your total input costs. So tell us more about that. Like, just break it down for us.
So that is an average across the nation, across manufacturing companies. You're seeing 30 to 40% of your costs are from energy costs. So what we have done as a business is, we try to ensure that all of our plants, they're running in the most efficient manner. We have a mix of both AGO generators and gas power generators. And so that is able to mitigate some of that cost. And then again, but the major thing I would say is efficiency, ensuring that you're producing in an efficient manner and you're optimizing your capacity so that way your variable costs are significantly less per product.
Fantastic. I think we'll just leave it there today because we know you have to run and we have to wrap up. But thank you so much for stopping by.
Thank you very much.
It's good to have you, Mr. Yomi Onubero.
Thank you so very much.
And let me congratulate you again on your appointment as the CEO of Deloitte West Africa.
Thank you.
Now let's talk about our appointment now. What's the expectations when it comes to the appointment to your clients, business alike, and also the stakeholders, regulators? What exactly is the expectation from your appointment?
Well, thank you so very much. So at Deloitte, we say we are AI powered and human led. And what that means is that as an organization, we want to support our clients, our people, and the country at large in leveraging the capabilities that we have within our organizations. Deloitte is the leading global professional services provider by far. It's a $74 billion business with 500,000 people, spread all around the world. And so we've got capabilities across different specialties, right? From tech
to AI, to data, to cyber, to just different spectrum of financial advisory capability that clients do need. So my role and what it means to the client is being able to leverage all of those capabilities, bringing expertise within the local market, within the broader Deloitte Africa, which Deloitte Nigeria and West Africa is a member of, and more importantly, from within the global network of the firm, to supporting all that our clients really need to achieve. So we're here as enabler, we're here as strategic partners to help our clients achieve their strategic ambitions.
Right, very brilliant. I must say, amazing session you had during the panel session, and you really had lots of insightful, comment to make about that panel session. But what advice, in few words, do you have for CEOs that are actually trying to navigate this economic bandwidth right now? What advice do you have for them?
Yeah, I think if I can sum it in one, I think many businesses will make do and will benefit significantly from having strategic advisors to help them navigate all of the bottlenecks that we have. There's just so much that organizations need to deal with, from the barriers to the constraint to the regulation, while still ensuring they focus on their business. And so what successful organizations have done is to ensure that they focus on their core operations, core business, core capabilities, but ensuring that they leverage the skill and the expertise of advisors who've got the strength and the breadth and the specialty to handhold them and help them navigate all of the constraints and all of the challenges. So if I can sum it in one, that would be it, because operating in an environment like Nigeria can be quite challenging. Opportunities are massive. However, navigating and getting through to the end of the game can be very tough. Capital is available, but how accessible, how affordable? Skills are sometimes a challenge. What do you need to do to get them trained, to get them equipped? There are a lot of regulatory risks that you need to deal with. So becoming experts in many of those domains can be very challenging for businesses. So when businesses do that, they have very less time to focus on their own core operations, which is their own primary domain. So my advice, reserve all of your strength and all of your energy to focus on your own primary domain, but make sure that you get strategic advisors and partners to help you through, working in this environment like Nigeria.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yomilungwero, for stopping by, and congratulations again on your appointment.
Thank you so very much, and I'm really pleased to be here. Fantastic conversation. We didn't have time to go through all of the sessions, but very stimulating. I love what Business Day is doing, and we're very proud that you stayed the course for a quarter of a century, and running this show for the 14th consecutive time is something really commendable. So my appreciation to the population, Frank, and to all of you who are supporting the process.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right.